or like all our notes and stuff are in.
No,
Because it doesn't get upgraded at all.
Oh no, you have access to the Lambda.
Oh yeah. Like I have Notion and everything, but everything from like our training is all like Notion links and everything, and a lot of people were suggesting to start using Notion, also like to keep track of everything. Like this isn't filled out. I have to finish editing it, but I'll put a screenshot in our Slack channel. And so I was just, because someone said something that we can only have so much in Notion before it wants you to upgrade, and I'm like, oh.
I have buttloads in Notion.
Okay.
But here's the thing: is most of that stuff is Lambda. So you're in the Lambda workspace, and they have oodles, and then you have your own personal Notion.
Oh, okay.
Document. They're probably just trying to copy everything, which is insanity. Because it's like the Build Week program. Yeah, and I don't think you want to like. I can't imagine that Chris wants to copy all of our tables onto his.
I use the free Notion and Google Docs.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never really had a massive need for a whole lot.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was just wondering because it was something that was on my mind after someone mentioned it in training last week, and I'm going, oh, I should ask like Chris or Denise this question. Yeah. Hopefully I get an answer.
I use Notion for basically when I have to do Build Week. That's about the only time I really use it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, because they give you a lot of forms in Notion, like your product vision form, things like that. You can duplicate that over and just make a Notion file under whatever you're project leading for Build Week on. And that way you can fill it out and upload it. Normally after that's done and everybody gets their upload, I normally erase it. Move on with life.
You guys will use Notion for labs and also for Lambda X.
Okay.
But again, you won't, it's all in the Lambda workspace, so you don't have to. The only thing I would copy over is when you do your labs, copy that one over, because I almost had a heart attack because I was still in love with my project. And, the next iteration, they modified stuff, and I was like, and it looked like I lost everything for a second there. But you can dial back and look at the history. Thank God.
Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of excited for labs.
All right, so just to get back on topic, we have our components list. Now let's think about the app flow. How do we want the app to flow? All right, let's think about, okay, we start at the higher level of app. They never move those together on this free program. I'll start complaining. All right, so let's think about what are we going to have connected to app directly. First thing I can think of is we're going to have the nav directly tied to that. And I use this little line and I just kind of show that, hey, we're going to have the nav right to that. And then what else will we have directly tied to app?
Maybe the search bar.
Okay, search, yeah. Let's put another line out here. Gotta get where's my rotation at? There we go. Oh, let's go the other way. All right. So yeah, we have the search there too. All right. So those are tied directly to our app. Anything else going to tie to our app?
The category. Well, no. Would the category list be?
Yeah, that would be in nav, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Those three could be under navigation.
Okay, so you want just the navigation to show up, and then we're going to tie the search to there, and we're going to tie the category list to nav as well.
I would have the search right there in the app for people who know what they want, because we don't have a lot.
Yeah, like you could just go straight.
Okay. This is the beauty of this little pencil program I found. I love this. All right. So, and then we got. Oh.
And then under nav, we can have the category list. We can have fun facts page, and then and then the jokes page.
And then everything seems to ultimately guide you towards a joke, whether it's a search or a nav item.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the category list is going to send us to the joke.
No, I saw purple gloves and purple hat in the bathroom.
Mm-hmm. That's for school.
All right.
For us?
Bring me the remote.
And then we'll have fun facts tied to the navigation as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys don't get to see a lot of my kids as they come back in from being outside. So.
All right, so we have this. And this looks like this is basically our app flow.
Mm-hmm.
The components we built, this is how they're going to tie into each other. Now, the only other thing you really have to think of is state management. Like, where are we going to carry state? And you want to put state at the highest level possible. So where do you think, looking at all this, where are we going to get something back from state that we're going to display to the screen or have data that we're going to have to use? Where was that going to be?
In your category list and jokes, I think.
All right, category list, yes. Okay, so we shouldn't need any state higher than category list.
And what do you mean exactly when you say have state?
State is the data that gets returned from the API. We're going to set that to state.
So I think that's like when you use effect, and is it it's not Axios dot get it's Axios post or something like that.
Yeah, these are all GET requests, and what we do is when we send a GET request, the data that returns, you pretty much want to set that to state so you can use that through your application.
Yeah.
Depending on where you're going to use it. And like the search bar will carry its own state because it'll be a form, so you have to have form management state.
When you say state, you're essentially saying data.
Yeah, or it's basically use state. It's how React works. When you set that use state hook, that's the state of the application. That's what allows you to transfer that data around and hold it. So if we were going to say a category list is going to have state, and let's see here. So we'll get the categories. We'll hit this endpoint for that state. I'm sorry, this one right here that retrieves the list. All right, we're going to have a random joke for this category. We'll probably have this as a call to action button in the category list. When we display the category list, we'll display it like cards. And then we'll have it linked to each one of these categories. So when you click on that card, it'll just return you a joke from that list. So we'll pass that down to the joke component.
So let me get this straight. When we talk about like state management, we're pretty much saying anytime we have to use like those hooks to pass data or work with data. So like use state, use effect or stuff like that. Is that what this is?
Just use state is the only hook that manages state. That's your stateful data that you can modify and change. Use effect monitors side effects. That's why it's used for API calls. It keeps it from going into infinite loops, constantly hitting the API. It allows you to run cleanup functions if you got any event listeners. You can have it monitor changes in state to redo the API call. So it manages what they call side effects, which side effects are just things that get left over from a function.
Oh, okay.
All right, I just thought of another one that we need while we're here. We need another component. We're going to have this one. This one's going to be our category card.
Oh.
Because we got to have our category list display a list of cards, basically, or components, because we're going to map over those. We're going to generate multiple. We want to keep it dynamic. You don't ever want to hard code that list, because what happens if the API adds another category? You want your application to automatically work right away when it gets that, rather than having to go in and modify a bunch of code when something on the endpoint or the API changes. So we're going to have this. We're going to branch this off of our category list. Okay. So that's going to return a category card. And let's think here.
We don't need a jokes card, do we?
The joke card is going to be the individual component that gets returned when, like, let's say we click on one of those category cards in the category list and it returns us that joke. That's what the joke card is going to do, or the joke component is going to display, is that joke. So that's what makes it reusable too, because we could also use that joke card to go directly into our search as well. So if I drew like a squiggly line here, like if I do a free line, see what happens when I put this out. I wonder if it'll allow me to add more. No. Oh, that's okay. We won't use that, but we will tie this into our joke card as well. So when you go into the search and you type in a search, it will display a joke from the search on that same joke card. You know what I'm trying to say there? So the search will tie into that joke card. So will the category list and the category cards.
So then wouldn't it be category list line to category card and then category card line to joke?
Yeah, actually, yeah. Bring it down here. A category card is going to link to joke. So now we have more components in the component flow. You guys think we're ready to start coding yet?
Well,
where does search tie in?
Search is going to tie into the app, and when you search, it's going to return a joke.
Okay.
So if you had to, let's see if I can do it this way.
So for every page you go to, for every page you're routed to, is there a search bar, or the search bar is only on the actual home page?
Well, the way we have it tied up, the search bar is going to be displayed throughout all functions of the app.
Awesome. Okay.
Because the way the app's set up, we're going to constantly display the nav and the search bar with an image. So as this routes and renders, it'll render a category list. It'll like remove the image and render a category list by routing, or fun fact by routing. And then that category list, when we click on the category card, it's going to return a joke. So the category list and all this will go away and it'll show a joke, but the nav and the search will always be there up at the top because we got them tied directly to the app without routing.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Anything that you have tied directly to the app shows on every single page.
That's the way I set it up like this. Unless I make a note to say it's just conditionally routed, but you have to have something landing. You have to have a landing point.
Gotcha.
So, like on route, that when we use router, our landing point is just that // So we'll probably have a / on the route for the nav and the search. If we're
Gotcha.
gonna, when we use the router. So now we have this in play. So let's start with our next move, which our next move is going to be, we're going to create a GitHub repository. All right, so we're going to write some code we want on GitHub. We're going to create a new repository. Let's name this repository. Let's come up with a name. What should we name our repo?
Chuck.
Chuck?
The repo Chuck.
Call it Chuck.
Chuck the repo.
Chuck the repo? No capital letters. Chuck the repo. And the reason why I don't use capital letters in here is because React does not like them for naming of the files anymore.
Yeah, I found that out.
All right, so Chuck Norris Joke API. All right. We're not going to add any of this, but we will add, I always do this, you add the MIT license. The reason why
What is
I add
that?
the MIT license basically keeps you from not being liable if anybody goes in here and grabs your code and uses it and it breaks something. Without the MIT license, they could justifiably sue you.
Oh.
So this is basically making you not liable for any code that anybody can find on your public API.
But doesn't it also make it open source?
What's that?
Doesn't it also make it open source?
Yes. So people can grab your code and do that. But even if it's open source is public. They can go on and fork your repository and play with it if they want to.
Gotcha. And you're not gonna select the initialize the repository with the README?
No, because React does that for us.
Oh. That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm about to show you how all that works. So we add the MIT license. We're not going to initialize with README. We got it public. All right, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to create this repository. Okay, we have a empty slate with just a license in there. Let me see here. Oh, is it going to let me do it? Oh, what did I just do? I don't know what just happened. Are you guys still there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still here.
My computer just like lost its mind. I went massive doom somehow. This is awesome.
Wow.
All right, here we go. Magnifier minus. There we go. I think I'm back to normal now. All right.
Yeah.
So I wanted to zoom this out a little bit. All right, so we're back to normal. So now we have our empty repo. We made a repository for our app. We're going to go ahead and we're going to clone this. And then we're going to open our terminal window up. And we're going to use the normal command, git clone. And we're going to paste that repo in. And this is going to create a file. Now, if we cd into Chuck, notice that we already have a master branch set up to get tracking and everything. Now let's do an ls-a. And I always say the -a because it'll show you all the files that are in there. And there's one very important in here called the .git file. That's what controls your Git tracking. And Create React App likes to make its own as well. Sometimes it picks up that there's already one there and doesn't make it. Sometimes it just makes a duplicate. And when it makes a duplicate, it will mess GitHub up. So you always look at that. And then when you run Create React App, you check again to make sure there's only one. And the way I do it to make it so there's only one is the way I'm doing it now. It's like a surefire method. By creating a repository that's blank and using lowercase letters, you can literally type in yarn create React app, and after that, just push period. And what this is going to do is going to create a React app called the Chuck the Repo, and it's going to put it right in there without embedding it a folder deeper. So you see right now in our main Chuck the Repo file, all we have is a license and a Git tracking file. We do this, and it's going to go through its method of creating a React app.
So this is how you do it, and it doesn't create that extra like folder layer.
Correct. Yes, that extra folder that makes it harder to deploy and all. Yeah.
Like really everything. Yeah.
Yeah. That little period fixes everything.
Okay. Great.
Just got to remember to make sure you name your repository folder and with lowercase letters.
Okay. So that'll fix it. Okay.
It's going through its motions right now, and it says it's done. Now let's do an ls-a. Let's see what's in here. We only have one Git file, and look at everything it just created for us. We got a package JSON file. We got a README file now. Yarn lock file. We got git ignore. We got node modules. And we have our usual public and source files. It just did all that for us. We didn't have to use a README off of GitHub, any of it. It's all there. Any questions on that? Going once, going twice. All right. So now we're here. Now we have this done, and we can create our working branch while we're in here. So we can do a git checkout -b. And when I'm working by myself or something not being graded, I don't use a name branch. I just normally call it the working branch. And I totally misspelled it, but that's okay. Totally misspelled it. So we're gonna call it the rocking branch today. So now that we have this set up, we can basically push our first commit up because we just created some of the boilerplate. So we'll do a git add, and you see all the files it's going to add. You can do a git commit -m for, we'll call it created React.
You've got IM instead of -m.
Yeah. I'm good about doing stuff like that. Let me tell you.
Me too. Don't worry.
All right, and then we'll do the git push. Oh yeah, fat finger today too. Origin, and we're gonna be the rocking branch today. And this is gonna put our first commit up to GitHub. So now all we have is a basic raw create React app here. And you can see it just refreshed, and you can see the difference in the branches, maybe. There's our rocking branch. And you can see all these extra files now compared to what we started with. So now we're ready to write some code. So let's code it. All right. Now with React App 2, and also let me know if you guys have a problem seeing some of this stuff too. It's get rid of the welcome page. When you do create React App, you get a lot of garbage with it too. So you'll get like if you look in just app.js, you get all this stuff that shows you that basic. Have you guys ever tried to just yarn start this from the word go and see what it shows you when you create a React app?
No.
Yeah, I'll show you guys that real quick.
Hey guys.
Hi, Aaron.
Hey, Aaron.
Oh, what happened? Well, let's start it up, and I'll show you. Because React App's boilerplate actually gives you like a logo and all this stuff, and you'll see it right here.
Oh, did you just set up a React app?
Yeah, this is what it gives you. This is your initial app when it starts. It has a link to learn React. It's got all this stuff that we don't want because we're going to build our own app. But this is what you get when you get create React app. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually ditch everything but that opening div. We're going to get rid of that logo. It's going to become empty. We're going to go into app CSS. They have all of this stuff too. I normally get rid of everything but where that text align center is because that's sometimes useful. Let's see here. We have a logo SVG. We can get rid of that. We can delete it. The service worker. This is basically it's used to register. It's like somebody explained it to me one time. It's let's read the description. Gives you offline capabilities as far as like rendering an app and stuff. It's pretty much useless in my eyes for what they teach us. So I always erase the service worker. You know, basically we're just doing a cleanup right now. All right, we go into the public file. You'll see it's got more logos. We can delete those. We're not using any of them. Got a manifest.json file. What the manifest does is it takes all these names, and if you look in your index HTML, it links to it right here. And what that'll do is it'll display logos in there, all kinds of randomness. Oh, we always want to change our title. So what should we title our page while we're in here? Let's do that.
Like Chuck Norris Joke Finder or something like that.
That's a little long, John.
Maybe just like Chuck Norris then, or Chuck or something.
Chuck jokes.
How about the Chuck? Okay, we'll name it the Chuck. All right. This is basically the no script. This is just a message that tells you, if you don't have JavaScript running on your browser, you won't be able to see this. You need to turn it on. The rest is just the tag to link it to the app. We can get rid of this Apple Touch icon. We don't need this.
And so that title, that's not the title that's going to appear on the app. That's just more internally for the header?
Correct, yeah. So the title only displays up here. Can you see that at the top of the screen?
I see that.
Just in the tab. When you have a title tag in HTML, that's the only place it displays.
Oh. I did not know that's where that displayed.
Yeah. And so we're pretty much set here. So let's go back into index.js now, and you'll see we have our service worker here. We're going to get rid of all that too.
Just a quick question. We are recording this, right, Chris?
I pushed record, so hopefully.
Okay, awesome. Because I have to duck out. I have to get my kids ready because we're going grocery shopping. So when it's recorded, if you could drop it in the Slack, and so I can look through it and do a follow along with it.
Yeah,
so.
Sure can.
All right, thanks, guys. Bye. Happy Thanksgiving.
Bye.
Bye, Ray. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thanks.
So basically what I just spent the past 15 minutes doing is we just cleaned everything up from our React app. We're down to a blank slate. So let me make sure everything's saved. It is.
Can I ask why they do that? Like why they?
Because they got to get their advertisement and their little plugs in there,
I guess. Okay.
Yeah. So if you look, we're empty. We got nothing. Nothing whatsoever. So now we can start with our file structure. That's normally where I start next. So our file structure, okay, we got app and index here. We know we're going to need a components folder. All right, and this is where we kind of boogie on over here. Let's minimize this. We're going to look at our app. We got our list of components that we laid out. So we can start creating our components. We're going to have one called the nav component. We're going to have one called the search component. And we're going to have one called the category list. All right, we're going to have one called the category card. So any questions on what I'm doing here?
Mm-mm.
This is where I think it makes it a lot easier to lay it out before you start coding, because you know what you can put in here right away, and you're not going to write any useless code at this point. All right, we're going to have a joke component. And let's see here, we got them all but fun facts. We're going to have a fun facts component.
If you know you're going to build onto this later, additional components and flows, should you wait to create those file folders, or would you recommend creating them all at the same time?
I would only create what you know you're going to use at this point. That way you don't have useless empty files in there. And then when you add to it, that's why you set up the file structure with the folders, with like components folder. I want to add another component to this. Let's say there's another function out there that has like a date window or something like that, where you can do something like that. You can go into your components folder and just create that file.
Okay.
Now, at that point, all you have to do is create your imports. So we have all of these files created. So now we have to start, and I'm going to just show you the basics of what I do is I normally run through all these files, and I just set them up as React components real quick, just to get it out of the way. So if you start importing, it doesn't start throwing errors right away. So, and if you have the React and Babel extension on VS Code, all you have to do is type in IMR and push tab. And it imports React from React.
IMR?
IMR.
Do you type it or?
Yeah, here, I can do it again. I'll show you. I just type in IMR, just like that, and you push tab. See how it comes up as a hotkey for import React? And tab it over, and it types it out for you.
Gotcha.
And then we're going to export a function, and then we are in fun facts. And you always want to try and name your functions the same name as the file name. So when you're importing, it eliminates confusion. So we got a function of fun facts, and every React component has to return something. So we're going to return, and right now we're just going to return an empty div. And that makes it a complete component.
In the past, when we've had our lessons and you're looking at code, sometimes instead of important function, it's just constant and then an object.
Yes, you can do this multiple ways. Where it says export function, that means whenever I import it, I can give you an example. Like, let's say I was going to import it in for to app. When I type in my import, the way I have it coded right now, I have to use open and close curlies and call fun fact. Like that. But if you did it the other way, like let's say the other way they teach you is where you just have, you get rid of the export here, and you can call it just function like this. You use const when you're not labeling it as a function. So I'll go over multiple ways here. So now we have, let's say I have function fun facts. We need to export default fun facts. And then when you have it done this way, when you do your import, you just type it in import without the curlies, like so. So you can do it multiple ways.
I think that's what was confusing me and then I kind of like mushed them all together.
You know, and like the component thing that you were talking about too. Rather than labeling it as a function, you can call this const fun facts, but you have to set that equal to a fat arrow function. And that basically does the same thing as if you just said function. And
you still do the export default fun facts the way you have it in line 12. So the only one that has you export it in a field in the curly braces is when you do the
when you call export up here. Like if I call it export right here, you would not need this.
Oh, and then when we import, you're importing it in the curly brackets.
Correct, yes.
Curly. Gotcha.
But
clears a lot.
Truthfully, I like to do it this way because it seems to be less typing. So that component's laid out. So now we have fun facts ready to go. We can do jokes. We'll do the same thing. And that one's ready. And we got our category list. And this is, you can do this any way you want. This is the way I do it. It helps me. We're in category list. And wait, that was category card I was just in, wasn't it?
Does anyone else feel like this is the first time they've seen this done for them, like in front of them, and it like made logical sense, like the order? Like I feel like I've not seen this in front of my face like this before. It makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, Stella, I feel like this is how we should have started with React. It's like, this is how you set it up. This is how it all goes together.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. This is not what the we-dos were like.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I'm not going to knock their teaching ways. I've learned a whole lot. This is stuff I just picked up that helped me on my own. And I'm trying to share.
Yeah, no, totally. This is the first time I'm seeing it. Like, and I think I told Denise this last week, or she mentioned something, I don't even remember, but yeah, like the way that it was done in the lectures, I felt like I was like reaching around in the dark a lot. Like I didn't really know how to start, and like seeing you do it this way, I'm like, what? Oh my gosh, like I'm an idiot. This is totally how it's supposed to be done.
I don't know about how it's supposed to be. It helps me.
It makes more sense to me.
So yeah, I mean, but you gotta remember too, I try not to knock the instructors and stuff at Lambda because they're cramming a whole lot down your throats in a 2-hour time limit. There's only so much time for them to really do everything. So they expect a lot of you to go figure things out on your own and, you know, learn your own methods that are best for you and stuff. That might be why they don't teach this specifically. Because there is more than one way to skin a cat. Everybody does it differently, you know.
Okay. Well,
we're almost done here.
Right.
And there's that one. Index we're not worried about yet. Not worried about that. And then we have our main app, which has our div with the class name app. We are component sound at this point.
Ooh.
Any questions up to here? Okay. And like that's one thing I like to do too. I don't install dependencies until I need them. A lot of people, they like to think about, you know, I'm going to use Axios, I'm going to use style components, I'm going to use router, I'm going to use all this, and they'll install them all right away. And I found when I do that, I'll install like 4 extra things that I'm not even going to use. So I just wait until I get to that point in the app. Oh, I need this. Let me install it real quick. But that's up to you guys. Everybody does it differently.
Yeah, I do that too. I just install as I go.
Yeah. It helps me. I think you tend not to install useless dependencies at that point. You know, I might use React Strap. Let me install it. I never used it. No, that's wasting space.
I just can't really think that far. So
What's that?
I can't think that far to know every single thing I'm gonna do in the app until I actually do it.
Yeah, that is also true. All right. So we're at app. We're at our highest level. This is where I like to, you know, this is where you should start. So what are we going to display on our app first thing? And I'm going to show you this little tidbit I have. Like, you know, everybody's got React Router. We're going to use React Router. I don't implement Router until I'm done.
Why?
Because it helps me better know where the routes are going to be. I'll build all the components and have them all rendering. I'll just comment them out and put them in and be like, okay, I got everything rendering the way I want it to. Now let me put the routes in. And then I put the routes in and then have it dynamically go that way.
Interesting.
That's the way I do it, but everybody's different.
Are you going to put the nav first?
What's that?
You're going to put the nav first in the app?
Yeah. All right, so let's start importing. We're going to import, and I exported everything, so I have to use the curly braces. We're going to import nav, and we're going to import it from components, nav. All right, we have that one. What else do we need at top level? We need search, right?
Yeah.
We're going to import search from same general path, just we're going to get the search. Okay, we have nav and search. Now, I will tell you one thing to look ahead for is we're going to use router for all of our main components, and we're going to need those here anyway. So you might as well just get them imported in, or you can import them as you need them. Which, I mean, either way works well. We'll just import them as we need them. Right now we have our nav and our search coming in. So the first thing that we're going to have on our page, though, is a title. And what's the title going to be? Normally you keep it consistent to the name that's in the tab, but we don't have to. So what should we name the Chuck?
Say that one more time.
Chuckles.
Chuckles. We're making the heading for our app. This is going to be basically our landing page. When somebody goes to our app.
I like it. They said Chuck Chuckles.
Chuck Chuckles? All right.
Mm-hmm.
We'll call it Chuck Chuckles. All right, so Chuck Chuckles. That's our heading. Now, if we save this, we can move over here. Hey, look, we got Chuck Chuckles. We're well on our way. All right.
Yay.
Now, do we want a description of what the app does? Should we put that in here? I know we only had title, image, and nav.
Lorem ipsum.
Lorem ipsum. I hate
that.
It's like the easy way out. Nobody likes that. Come on.
Nobody likes the easy way out? Oh my gosh.
No, because
you must be the odd person.
You make it hard for yourself later on by doing lorem ipsum, because then what happens is you create your design around a faulty structure, and then you actually add the copy. It's bad. Try to put your.
What is that meme of the guy with the crazy hair? The alien.
Alien.
Rick and Morty.
Ancient alien theory is proved. React's awesome.
Oh, do you know what I also realized with the Rick and Morty API that we did? So I was wondering why like the homepage was like that, because I was like, this is not a good design at all. And then later on I realized that some of the CSS was commented out. So when you go back and comment, like undo the comment, like you notice that like it would turn into a circle shape and everything. I was like, oh,
yeah.
Why didn't I see this before?
Very true. Yeah, they have that that project style pretty well. If you uncommented, it's not hateful at all.
Yeah.
All right. So I guess we'll say.
How many Chuck and a Chuck chuckle when a Chuck? I don't know. That's as far as I got.
That's awesome. Actually, I like that. How many chuckles can a Chuck with a Chuck Norris Chuck? The beauty of this is we can always add that in later if we want to come up with a description, because sometimes you don't even know what the app's going to look like or what it's going to do. So you got the title, we can start there. So now the next thing below our title is going to be the nav, right?
Yep.
So let's call our nav in. We have the nav imported in. All right, so let's, now that we have the nav, I didn't export it? Oh, let me take a look. I got an error. I put it in a search. What did I put in search? Oh, I typed it in twice. That's why. It's good about telling you errors, too. That's better.
Okay, so quick question. I know we probably already, we did discuss this. I think I'm just catching it now. So when you use export function and then put the function as opposed to using export default, when you're calling in your app.js, you have to use those curly braces, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. But if you do the export default, you don't have to do that.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Very correct. All right. So we have our nav. We're going to need links. Our nav's going to have links. Where are those links going to take us?
Our category list, our fun fact, and yeah, that's it.
So
category list. We're gonna have fun facts.
why are you using anchor tag instead of a link?
Because we haven't brought in router yet. We'll change that when it's over. That's the way I do it. So I just get everything in place, okay? But because the link is basically an A tag, and this allows us to lay it out, you know, kind of get the feel for that, for the way it's going to go. So we have fun facts, and where else is it going to take us?
Do we want it to take us to like a randomized joke, like or no?
Yeah, we can do that. Okay. So now we have 3 A tags, and there they are. So we have our nav component with our 3 tags. Nothing styled yet, and this is the way I do it as well. I don't style anything normally until all the functionality is done. I might throw a basic something in here or there real quick just to get it to lay out so it's readable, but I won't start really styling it until everything's working.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. So.
The reason why it doesn't have the link right now is because there's not an href.
Correct. Yep.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Which I mean, we're going to change that when we put the link in for the router.
Right.
So
right.
It's just basically just a placeholder. It's just setting it up for us.
Gotcha.
Okay. So
now I have a sorry.
Go ahead.
My question is there a time when we would use anchor tags as opposed to links when using React Router, or is it always better to just use the link?
You would still use an anchor tag if you were linking to something outside the scope of your app. Okay. So let's say you were going to a completely other website, you would use the anchor tag. Because that's not within the router scope of your app. You don't have a separate website to go to. So like if I want to do, if you click this button, I wanted to send you to ESPN.com. You wouldn't do that with link. You would do it because link only works within the scope of router. You would use an anchor tag to send them to ESPN.com.
Oh, okay. Got you.
Yeah. Just remember that the link tag, when you use that in router, that's just in the scope of your application. That ties directly to your routes. And that's the only time it's going to work.
Gotcha.
So, all right. So we have our navigation set. All right. What else did we have on our scope here that we were tying in there? Search bar. All right. So let's go make our search. Search.js. Okay. Search is going to be a form. So this is going to be a little bit of an elaborate version of this. What's the can you think of form? Now I'll tell you, search bars, don't bother using form maker validation. It's a search bar, so we don't need any of that. But what does a React search a React form need?
Well, don't you need
to hold the data and everything? Well, yeah, we need a form, so we'll just change the text to form.
Don't you need to use effect?
We only are using use effect for the API calls. We will be using that in the form as well. So you are right. I was looking for something different. So we'll go ahead and bring use effect in. But we need something else. Something that's going to control our data.
I don't know, Axios?
No, we're not making the calls yet. I think Stella was trying to talk, but
I was just asking if it was the event, like the event handler,
like think about our form inputs get held into something that we manipulate. We normally change it with like e.target.name, e.target.value. How do we store that with our form?
It's either going to say an array or you do your set. Your user.
We're not using use state. Oh, sorry.
Yes, we are, and that's the answer I'm looking for. Gotta have use state. All right.
Sorry.
Use state. Oh, that's all right. You got the answer. Use state. We have to use to control our form input. So we'll set up a const. We'll call it I don't know, we'll call it form and set form. And you want to keep your naming kind of specific because this is what they call when they say global state and local state. Global state is normally like user data that you get when you do a login and sign up. You'll set that to global state. That's something that you're going to learn this next month with using like use context and Redux to store global state to pass it around the app. That would be a version of global state. Local state is like a form handling state or something that you're only going to use in that component. Like this state is never going to leave this component. It's only going to be right here just for handling the form.
And why did we add the use effect?
We're going to make an API call in here eventually.
Okay.
Since somebody brought it up, I put it in there because our search is going to hit an API on a search. So use state. So in order for this to be a controlled input from React, you have to have a default in use state. There's two ways to do this. Let's say, I'll explain it two ways. If you're just going to have a single input like we're just going to have a single search input, you just need an empty string in here. That's all you need to make it a controlled input. If you're going to have a form that has like, let's say name, age, and height, you want to start with a default object in here. And the object would have a name that equals an empty string and an age that is an empty string and a height that's going to be an empty string.
Oh, this finally makes sense.
Yeah, good. I feel good. I'm doing something for you guys. All right.
One more time. Why? Okay, I get you do empty string. When do you use this object?
If you're going to have multiple inputs on your form. So if you're going to have multiple text inputs, you want to start with a default object in state. Because we only have one, we don't need the object. We can still have the object, but it's kind of pointless because we're only going to have one input. But with multiple inputs, you're gonna use this state to manage all those inputs, and those names are going to match up to your input names in your form. So basically, by typing this out, I'd be saying I'm going to have a form with 3 inputs that's going to have a name, age, and a height. If I was to do it this way. But we don't need any of that.
So is that like
what's that?
Search filters? Like, you know, when you're like searching for something on a website, you can just get more increased levels of specificity.
Oh, you're talking about like as you type it in, it starts rendering what you're looking for?
Well, you know, like if you're on like Facebook and you're looking for like Joan Jett and like not that Joan Jett, the Joan Jett from like this town and this state and went to this high school, like, you know what I mean? Like, is that where you would start using those, or how does?
Yeah, if you wanted to be more specific about your search, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You basically can set it up to where some of them complex searches will have where they like, let's say you put in Joan Jett, comma space, Chicago, comma space, you know, United States. They'll actually have a function written in that search that parses that into 3 separate string values and runs a filter function through the data and returns matches of all 3. So it'll start doing it that way. It won't set it up in state that way because it's still considered one input.
Okay, interesting.
So, yeah, there'd be like let's say we had a single string with multiple inputs. You could literally call form.split, and you would split it by the comma.
Oh,
and it'll return you an array of like 3 different ones and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of JavaScript methods you can use for that.
Okay.
But unfortunately for us, this is just a basic search, so we don't need that. So we have our state set up now. Now let's go ahead and set up our input. So we're gonna call an input. Inputty, that was awesome. All right, now this input's gonna have multiple props inside of it. So what I like to do on my inputs is I like to break it down like this, almost like you're writing a function. Makes it a lot easier to read. So we're gonna start with, we're gonna name this. Okay, we're going to have a name that's going to be equal to form because we like to match our state. Okay, the other thing was, like, let's say we had that multiple object. This name is going to line up to whatever you name those, those pieces of object in the state. So if you had name, age, and height, this one would be name. The next input would be age. The next one after that would be height. And that's what that name tag is what allows you to control that input. Matter of fact, is anybody confused on the forms, like multiple input forms? Maybe we'll just type one out real quick. If you guys want to do that. It's up to you.
I'm open to whatever.
Yeah,
I
I'd
do
like
have
to
a
see that.
question.
Yeah, I'd like to see it.
With regards to where you wrote like the name and it's like form, because you're matching the.
I'm matching the.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So can you call that anything? Like you could choose, like it doesn't have to say name, right? Like or form.
The prop and input has to be named.
Okay.
Default HTML prop, but you can name that name anything. Like I can call it foo if I wanted to, and that would be the name of that input. But yeah, you want to tie it into a name. That's what makes it reactive. So we're going to go ahead and we'll build. We'll call one. Let's see, to get the confusion out of name. Let's. We'll call one. We'll just make one called age. And let's see. We'll keep weight out of the equation because I'm insecure. Let's go height. And oh, missed that one. And we'll do. I misspelled height too. Look at me go today. I'm on it. And we'll have. We'll give us a third one that is cool. So we have 3 pieces of state in here. So we're going to need 3 inputs. And the easiest way to do this is the first input. I'll type one input out, and then I'll copy it and paste it multiple times. And then I'll change just the names and stuff of it. So the reason why I did it without using name is to eliminate confusion for you guys on how this works. So our first input is going to have a name, and that's going to be equal to age. Okay. And then we can have a placeholder, which we'll call that age. And that's basically the placeholder is what displays inside the input tag before you type anything in. So I normally use that as a description. Hey, this is where you put your age rather than writing something on the side. So
those are in the text box, right?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
So our placeholder is age. Now we have to do something else to handle what happens in this input. And how we handle that to tie it into state to make it reactive, a controlled input, is we use a thing called onChange. So anytime this changes, it's going to do something. And what we're going to do on onChange is anytime you use one of these props in the inputs or on a button, it has to be a callback function. If it's not a callback function of some way, shape, or form, it will infinite loop and act crazy and break stuff. So we're going to have our anonymous function in here. All right, and we're going to take in a value of E. And what E is, we'll just call it what it is. It's going to be the event. So what an event is whatever happens inside of this text box is considered an event. Every time a key is pressed, every time a mouse is clicked, it's an event. Kind of like you go back to your JavaScript class for add event listener. That's what they call it, as an event. An event is when a user interacts with the app. That's an event. So we're going to take in the event, and what we're going to do with that event is we're going to run a function. And what this function is, did I mess a curly here? Yeah, I sure did. Give me that one back. There we go. All right, and what we're going to do here is we're going to change our state. All right, we're going to change our state to onChange. We are going to call an object. I gotta remember how I'm doing this. Oh wait, I'm going too far. Let me back this up. Okay, in here, we're gonna spread out form.
Can you explain spreading out?
Yeah, what spreading out does is it takes, like, let's say this form here is one object. All it sees, like if I called it in here as form, it would just see that form object. We don't want to change the whole object. We want to change a part of that object. So the only way we can access a part of that object is to spread it out. And that spread operator is something we said, the 3 dots. It basically takes that object and opens it up. All right, we open it up. Now we can access everything inside. So what we're going to do is we're going to, I believe it's an object call. Been away from this for a week and I'm already out of practice. We're going to call it form. It's already not liking it. Let's just spread it out as form. No. There you go. I like that one. See, trial and error. Okay, so we're going to spread out form. And we're going to take our event. I'm sorry, we're going to call this in square brackets because it's going to be the event dot target dot name. And then outside of that, we're going to have this is going to be event dot target dot value. Okay, so maybe it doesn't like that. Oh, why is it giving me crap here? I don't like it when it gives me errors like that. No, it's not going to be a comma. Form setup. Oh, I know what I'm doing. I'm an idiot. Big dumb animal. Okay. Let's start over again. I'm sorry for the confusion. We're just going to open this up and we're going to call set form. We have to set that state. And we're going to set it to an object that spreads out form. Make that go away. And we're going to have event in square brackets. And the reason why you have the square brackets is it's you're setting the name. And the name is a string value when it's set in the input. And that string value can have hyphens in it. Well, the hyphens tend to lock up JavaScript unless you put it in square brackets. So it's just common practice to, when you're labeling the name, to put it in square brackets. And I'll type this out and I'll explain it. We're going to have event.target.name is going to be our key, and our value is going to be event.target.value. Okay. So now what we're doing here is we're saying anytime this input changes, we're going to set this form. We're going to spread it out so we get an individual piece. The event target name is basically going to match this name to something that's named in here. It's going to match this name to this. And then the value is going to be the value of this added to this side of it. You see how they kind of match up? Pretend this is age and this is the empty string separated by the colon. That's what we're doing. We're telling it to replace what's there with this. You find it by this, you add this. And the last thing we need in here is also the value.
So you've got the key and the value, the event.target.value, that's always dot value.
Yeah, because we're labeling value now. I'm about to show you where we find that. Our value is going to be equal to form, because we're finding our form. And there's our age, form.age. So we just use dot notation to find it. So our value of our input, this is what makes it dynamic. This is what makes it a controlled input. As our value changes, every key press, it basically sends that key press up here through this onChange function. It updates state, and then that value is displayed from that state to the screen here. So it runs like a loop as you type in each key, and that's what makes it controlled. So let's go ahead and bring this in real quick, and we'll have a look at it. We'll go back into our app, and we're going to, we already have search there, so let's just bring it in. And we should see our first input over here. And look, it has age. And I'm going to describe to you how this works. All right, so we got age in here. And let's say our first key press is C. All right, when I push C, it basically inside here in the code is it goes, okay, he changed it and added a C. So I'm going to call my on change. It says set form. We're going to get this form on the set form. We're going to spread it out. Okay, the event target name. The name of this is age. Let's go find age. Okay, we're going to set that to the event target value. Right now the value is C. So it changes this to C in state. And then as it does that, it says, okay, well, the value of this form is that form.age, which is now C. So we get the display of C. So like if you change this to, instead of form.age, let's say I just made it a string that said Stella. See how the value is Stella right here? And I can type in here and it does nothing because that value is set to Stella, and that's the value of that form. So to make it dynamic, we set it to a state value so it updates with that state and ties itself in.
So,
oh, I think Denise was trying to ask something. She froze up a little bit there.
yeah, my brain just kind of froze up. So the event.target.name, that's not, you're not mapping out the name field. You're just saying this is the name.
That's the name. That's the name that we want to tie in. Basically, this right here, the event.target.name ties into the name of our input. This is our name. We got the event target.name. This is our target, this input. And our event is us pushing the key. The name of it is age. We're setting the form. It's going to go to form, spread it out, find one that matches age. This tells it to match it to this. It's right here. And it's going to change that by the value that we type in. And when it changes that value of state, it then displays that value as the value of that input. So it's working in like a circle as you type in. So every key press I type in, it keeps updating state. Every key press is updating state and displaying that value. And that's what makes a React controlled input.
Gotcha. Can we do another input?
Oh, we're going to do a couple. We're going to do all three of them. So now that we have this set up, okay, we have our input. It's using functional state to handle the form. It's doing everything it needs. We're displaying our value. We're good. Now we have three inputs. So let's copy this. And we're going to paste it and paste it. Now we have three inputs. So if we save this, we'll have three inputs of age. Age, age, age. And right now, if we watch this, if I type into 1, you should see all three values say the same thing. Because they're tied into that one piece of state.
Wow.
They're all displaying that one state value. Even though I only typed into one input, the value is still tied at this point to all three. So that's where the controlled input comes in. So we're going to change this now. So we're going to go back into our code. Our second input is
Excuse me.
Bless you, John. So our second input our second input is height. So let's change our name to height. And let's change our placeholder so we know what it is. All right. Event.target.name, none of that changes because it's going to go find it for us. Now all we have to do is change our value.
And the placeholder is what's showing in the input field.
Yeah, that's what's showing right here.
So you can make it different from the actual name of the input, but you usually keep it the same.
Yeah, you want to keep it the same for convention. That's the label that you put on it to tie it to state. So whatever, I'm sorry, you're talking about placeholder, right?
Yep.
Yeah, you can name placeholder whatever you want.
Gotcha.
I just try and keep it descriptive for what it is. Like you can make it more descriptive. Height of human. I'm going to say height of human. All right, now if you watch, I've only changed one. So if I start typing in here, you'll see the other age start reacting. But look, the one in the middle does not. And that's because we got that set up to update through the different piece of our state. So if I type in here, it's monitoring just on that. So we'll do our last one. So we got all three, and then you copy and paste. So what do we do? School was our last one. So let's name this school. And we can call a placeholder. We'll call it Denise Knows. Why not? We can change it to whatever we want on the placeholder. But this all has to match your state call. So now we got Denise Knows, and we're all controlled all the way across. So now we have controlled inputs through a form through React. Now the last thing that a form normally needs is a call to action button. We have to have a way to submit this value to something. So when we're typing in this, we got to have a way to an on submit. We got what do we do when we put this data in? We got to send it somewhere. So let's send it somewhere. We're going to make a button. And we'll call this button, we'll call it search because we're eventually going to build this out as a search. So now if you look, we'll have a button right there. It says search. Right now, this button does nothing by default. In order to tie this into form and actually use the form tag properly to make this form all work, all you have to do is in that button is give it a type and set that type equal to submit. Now it's officially going to submit the form values. It's going to run some form of function on this. It's basically going to tie into the whole form. So then we go into our form tag, and this is where we handle our submit. We've handled all our changes now. Everything's handled. We've got it all to where our state value is the complete value of the form. Now we have to find a way to send that complete value of that form somewhere with using that button. So we use the onSubmit call in form. OnSubmit. Now, if you remember, anytime you use one of these props, this has to be a callback function. You can write this function externally too. You can have like a const handle submit function up here. And we can set that equal to a function. And you can write all of your handle submit function in here. And when you're done, all you have to do is type in here handle submit. And that's considered a callback because we're calling back this function. But you don't have to do that. It all depends on how you read your code. Everybody's different. There's multiple ways to do this. I normally write it right in here. I'm normally, okay, I'm going to do this right in here in the form tag on submit. I'm going to have my callback that's going to take in an event. And the reason why we're going to have an event on this submit is because HTML defaults to refresh the page on any form submission. So in order to stop that, we have to have event prevent default. Because we're in React, we don't want to refresh. We got everything working without refreshes. That's what we do. That's what React does. So we are going to have our callback that takes in that event. And the first thing we're going to call is event.prevent default. And that keeps it from refreshing. And the second thing we want to do is we got this state, and we're going to, what do we want to do with this form? Are we going to send it to an API? Are we going to do anything like that with it?
Yeah, we're sending it to Chuck.
Yeah, aren't we getting random jokes back or?
Exactly. We would be making like an Axios call. So in here, you would use your Axios. We haven't imported it yet, but you'd have an Axios.get, and you'd set your URL, and on the submission, it would get that. And then what happens when it returns that? We want to send that data somewhere. That data that gets sent somewhere on the return normally gets sent to another component through props. So we'd have another component, that we'd be importing the props from and sending it to. Now, if you think about it this way, this is where I was asking when we were setting up the app where we're going to put state for what we're rendering. What's the only component higher than search that we're going to be able to pass down a state call to set state?
The app.
Exactly. So we have to have state in app because we got to have our search form set to something and display it. Now we can have that state set to app, and we can have app go directly through our and send it to joke. The problem is the way we have it set up now is if you're kind of looking at this, if we have search send to joke, then we have no use of that data anywhere but for that. Kind of get how that's working? So we could literally have this. You want to carry your state in app 9 times out of 10, most of your state calls. Just because that's the highest level, and you want to work in the highest level possible that you're going to need the data. So it looks like we need the data in app.
Can you give a use case example of when your highest state wouldn't be the app?
Yeah, most of the time it's for a larger components or larger applications. Like let's say you had a search function just in the category list. All right, and you want to run a search through that. You're searching through categories. You would have a state in the category list for that search form. You wouldn't need it any higher because you're not going to search any high. You're not going to search app for the categories. You don't need categories on any other side of the application of the tree. So that's the highest level you need it. And truthfully, we could probably do it this way. We'd have to we'd have to call joke multiple times, possibly. But we can try it like that. So when we have this axios.get and we do all that, let's say we'll have another state value in here. We'll tie it up just like we did our application, just so you say. So search is going to return a joke. So if we're going to return a joke, let's start by let's start hitting our API. At this point, we're going to get a new terminal, and we're going to yarn add Axios. Now we're putting in Axios. We're going to use it for the first time. Time to install
it. You just put it in your, I guess.
What's that?
You put it in your, I'm just trying to figure out, because you open a new terminal, so I'm trying to figure out where you're doing that. Like, were you in just the base root folder, or were you like somewhere else? Okay.
Yeah, I was in our repo folder. The reason why I opened up a second terminal is I didn't want to stop our app from running.
Sure. Okay.
It's easy for me in VS Code where I just kick open a second window and run the install. And then I can trash it right afterwards. Okay. And we're back to 1. And we should have Axios. So if we check our package, it's there. We got it. So let's import it in. We have Axios. So now we got an axios.get. We need to know what we're getting. Let's go check our API. We're going to be doing the search form. So this would be our search API. It's a free text search. So we got to make this dynamic now. You see how this needs to be dynamic? How it's got this query right here?
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna copy this link, and I'm gonna show you how we do this. We're gonna copy a link address. We're gonna throw it in here with backticks. Well, not in prevent default, but here. And they give you a little hint on how this is supposed to work by these curly braces right here. What we're going to do, I don't even think we're going to be using use effect on this because we're doing it on submit, but we'll see. What we're going to do is this query right here, our on submit is going to send this, and what it's going to send in that query is our form data. You get that? So let's break our form back out and make it just a regular search form. We'll do that real quick. We're gonna get this all back to normal. So we're gonna make it functional for the API. We'll get rid of all this, and we got an empty string. We're gonna ditch 2 of our 3 inputs. This is gonna be our search. So we can just name this search or form. And we're going to change some things in here as well. We don't need, let's see here. Yeah, we don't need any of this for the search form. All we need is that. And do you know why that is? Actually, we got to change this to form. And the reason why this is because we only have one value. We don't need complex state. We don't need the multiple inputs. We have one value. One value, we just need to set form to a string and send that string into this API call. So all we need to do is set our form to our event target value of our input. That's all we got to do. So it makes it, when you're building out the search, when you got a single input, it makes it real easy. So now we just have search. It's controlled input just like it would be before. We just don't need the complex state. When you have an object in here and you have more than one key, that's when you have to use the event target name and the event target value. If you only have one input and basically that's all you have, you don't need all that. All you need is just an empty string to start to make it controlled and to set that to the target value as it goes. So we have all of this. Now let's go back in here. Now we have our search and we got our .get. So what do we do after we get something? We have then. Then what do we want to do? We're going to have a response. And response is going to be a function. And we'll start just by console logging this response. And we also have to have our error. Just in case we get an error, we want to know what it is. So we're going to have our error. That's also going to be a function that's going to console.log the error. So now our Axios is set on submit. So let's search the Chuck Norris API. Let's see what we get. What should we search for?
Cowboy.
Cowboy?
Yeah.
All right, let's search for cowboy. Let's check our console. We sent a call. So in our console, did we get something? We got an object. We got an object that has a config file. Normally, you don't even have to worry about config. We're worried about data. Object.data has 18 results on cowboy. Look at this, it's working. Isn't that neat? What are our 18 results on cowboy? Icon URLs. Let's click on 0. Let's open that one up. Value, Chuck Norris. Cowboy boots are made, I think they misspelled that, made from real cowboys. I think that's supposed to say from. So that's the value that we get, and it gives you a URL.
Wait, was that supposed to be a joke?
I think so.
Yeah.
Let's click 1 and see what 1. Maybe that one's a little better. Chuck Norris is basically a giant throbbing pair of testicles with a cowboy hat and a beard.
Wow. Wow. Sounds more like a diss.
PG-13 filter.
So that's what we got on our cowboy search. So you can see now our search form is functional, just like that for the API. All we did was follow the API docs. We went to the documentation. We said, here, it's got a free text search. And here it shows you where you got your search question query equals this is where you put your dynamic data. And that's what we did here in our form. Our dynamic data is the value of form. And we just pass that in on submit to the form. We pass that into the API. So basically this says cowboy when we put it in. And then it goes through and it sends that request to the API. And when it gets it back, it gave us back 18 results that it found in our console log. So it returned 18 of those. And this is why our app flow is a little flawed. Because if we're returning 18 results on a search, we can't only render just one joke.
We do like
true,
like joke card with like list items, or how would that play out?
You're on it. What we would do is our category list is going to use some sort of stateful data, right? It's going to be a category list. All right. What should we do to fix this? We're going to return a category list and a category card. That's separate from the app on that side. That's just for the categories. Now we have a search, and we can't just return one joke. So obviously we're missing a component.
Is
it filter?
We need maybe a component called search list that can map over and return multiple jokes.
Okay.
You get that? So you always want to have a containing component whenever you're going to map over something to return an individual component. So we need to modify this. We'll make it yellow. And we'll call this, should we call it search list?
Mm-hmm.
Search list.
I'm sorry, what is the search list supposed to do again?
What's that now?
What is the purpose of the search list components again?
The search list is going to house multiple jokes. Basically, we have a problem here in our call. If you look, we returned 18 results.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we can't just send 18 results into the joke.
Mm-hmm.
We have to basically map over those 18 results and return 18 jokes. And the way you do that to map over and return 18 jokes is to put it in a containing component.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that's why we're doing that. So let's add another component. We're going to create a new component in here. And this is the beauty of adding on when you have a components folder. I need another component. Let me just throw one in there.
Can we add a component to just generate a joke randomly?
Yeah, I think we got the random joke on there, don't we? Category list, category.
Or?
Yeah, we can have a random one too. We can keep adding to this. Let's get this one in here.
A joke. Yeah, this is cool. I would love to see this.
All right, so we made a search list component. Now we're in our search. We have to bring this in because we're going to be mapping over it. So we're going to import our search list. Search list, and we're going to import that from search list. So now we have it. All right, so we're going to do it below our search in our form. We're going to bring this in, and we're going to have raw JSX in here. Now, you notice we're about to run into a problem unless we put this inside of our form. Our form is a containing div. We can only have one containing div per component. So if we add something down below this form, it's going to break. So we could do this two ways. We could try it. That's not the right way to do it. I've had that work, but we're going to make a div that basically surrounds everything. So now our form is surrounded by a div. And we're going to add our JavaScript in here because we have to run some kind of JavaScript for this. Well, let's start first by setting our state. We know we have our data coming back from our search. In fact, we'll type that back in again. We're going to type in cowboy. What do we get? We got our 18 results. We got our 18 things. So we're going through data and results. So we need another piece of state in here outside of our form. We got to have one that the API call sets. And I normally just name it, we'll call it jokes and set jokes. And we're going to make that use state. This is the power of hooks too. And I'm leaving this empty on purpose. And I'm going to show you why. We're going to take our response that we console log here, and we're going to call set jokes to our response dot, oh, let me type this in again. Let's search again. We got to figure out where we got to be. Okay, we got response.data right there. Response.data. And we got to go a level deeper to get to our array. Remember, we got to find our array. There's our array right there. And that's called results. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to set jokes to that. All right, this ought to refresh. And what we'll do is we'll just we'll get rid of this console log here. And we're going to console log up here the jokes variable to make sure everything works.
Where did you get dot results?
This right here?
Mm-hmm.
That I got from looking through the object to see how far we had, how deep we had to go to get to the array. Because we're going to want to map over an array to return components. So if we're going to use any kind of array method, we got to see how deep into the object we go until we get to an array.
Can you show that again?
Yeah, sure. So right here, all I'm doing is console logging the response. And here is our app. Right now we have nothing. So we're going to search for cowboy and search. This was our response right here, this big object. So how we figure out how we're going to get here is we got to start going deep into this object. This is basically called response. Let's open that up. All right, we have access to config, data, headers, requests. Looks like what we need is in data right here. So we're going to go response.data. We're going to go into data. What's in data? We have a total and a results. Well, a results is our array. We have an array of data here. So if we go into results, we have all of our objects. So we go response data. So we're basically setting that state to these. It's going to be an array of these objects by going that deep.
Thank you.
Oh, no problem. I hope it helped.
Yes.
Okay, so we have that. So we have our jokes there. All right, so let's see. We got a search list component. Truthfully, we could have done this without that. I was just thinking about that. I might have went too far. Let's see what it looks like if we do it without this the search data. We're going to build it right in the search form. We have another piece of state that's jokes and set jokes. So we're going to map over this and we're going to return, you know what, we're just going to return a joke. Let's get rid of this. We're not even going to do that. We're going to pretend that wasn't there. We're going to go back to our original plan. Let's go. We're going to our original plan because I think now, looking at this, we can map over our data now that we put state in here and return multiple jokes. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Bring me back my VS Code. Okay. So let's do that. We're going to import now. We're going to import jokes. Because jokes is going to be our card component. All right, we'll call it joke. Let's make sure it's called joke. Let's close some of this up. Check out our joke. And it's called jokes, but we're going to name it joke. That way everything matches. See, that was a typo on my end. That's what creates the confusion. If you keep your naming convention the same, you don't have to worry about that. Now we're bringing in joke. And we have jokes here as our variable. This is where you do conditional rendering. I'm going to start by typing in jokes and 2 ampersand signs. So basically, this piece of JavaScript is only going to run if jokes has something in it. If it's undefined, it's not going to run this. It's not going to error. It's just going to skip right over it. And that's why we leave this state empty. Because right now, it's undefined. So it will not run this. So we're going to say, okay, if jokes is not undefined, if jokes exist, then we're going to jokes.map. We're going to map over it. We're going to take in the item for each item, and we're going to use the index as well as the key. And that's going to be a fat arrow callback function inside of our map.
Wait. Okay, so it can be jokes here, not joke.
Correct. We're using jokes because that's our data right here.
Right there. Okay.
Yeah. We're using our data. We're checking to see if our data exists. If it exists, then we're going to map over it. If it doesn't exist, it's going to pass right by it just by putting in jokes and the double ampersand sign.
Got it.
All right. So now what do we want to do with this? For each, basically for each item in the array, map is going to go through and it's going to do something for each item in that array. We have 18 items, and we're going to label them. This first parameter of the map on the callback, that's item. That's basically going to pass into this function one of those objects each time. So for that, we want to return. We're going to return a joke. And we're going to pass that joke the item. And we're going to make that equal to item. So now we're passing in that each individual item and rendering a joke that many times. And to keep React from yelling at us, we also got to set a key to this. And that's where the index comes in. And that's good. Basically, it's just going to set that key value to whatever index number the array has. So now, if we have that, it's going to return that. And we're passing this in as props. So this is all set now. Now, if you want to see what we're doing, let's go to our joke component. Our joke component's empty. Let's type in props. All right, and let's console log those props.
And when you say we're passing as props, where in our form are we passing it as a prop?
Right here.
Gotcha.
This is data we're sending into joke. So basically, what we're doing is we keep passing data down. Mm-hmm. So we got our data here. We have our array. We set it to this jokes variable. All right, so we have 18 items. When we search Cowboy, we have 18 items in jokes. So what we're going to do here is we're going to take and we're going to map over those 18 items. And for each item, we're going to return one of them joke components. And what we're going to do is we're going to pass the data of that item into the joke component. And then we're going to set the key of that item to the index number of the array of jokes.
Mm-hmm.
You follow?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we're passing this in. Basically, these two are coming in as props. When you call it inside the component, it's a prop. So if we go in here to props and we console log these props, we basically, if we got it saved, yeah. If we type in Cowboy here again, we should see it hit our console log 18 times. Or not. Why didn't it return that? Oh, wait, where's our props?
Oh, isn't that it? Like it looks like. Oh, did you hit data again and search again?
Yeah, that's the search, but the search is supposed to return out. What am I breaking? Ah, jokes is undefined when it initially runs it. That's why. So, see, this is where we start debugging.
Oh, yeah.
So we have to figure out how we're going to run that once we set this, we got to figure out how we're going to run that and return it. This is where our use effect comes in. We should use use effect. So let's see here. You can't run use effect inside a handle submit. Actually, everybody want to take a quick 5-minute break? I got to use the little boys' room. I'm starting to dance in my chair.
Okay.
Let's do that, and then we'll go over that. I'll be right back.
All right.
Oh, Aaron, good job on your project, by the way. It was lit.
You saw it during the
No, I saw it on LinkedIn. I was like, okay, I see you.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I was just trying to get like my LinkedIn like set up. I've been doing a lot of like portfolio updating this past week.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not comfortable with my portfolio either. Like, I'm not confident in it at all. I think I have a pretty good resume to go, but I mean, for now, because obviously I'm updating my resume, every build week, but like, I'm not comfortable with my portfolio at all.
I mean, it'll get better as you progress through. I would say, on your free time, do like a lot of studying on how you can like improve your skills. Like, the concepts, but like perfect it, Like, all right.
Yeah.
Because I look at a lot of design standards for like web development, because on Instagram I have like tons of UI UX pages that I follow.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like buttons are supposed to have like this kind of spacing, and the shadow is supposed to be like this color, this size, and stuff like that.
Hmm.
Do you mind dropping some of those Instagram
accounts? Yeah. Right. Because like I was looking up like some designs, and I don't know if that helped me. Actually, I don't think it helped me. Like, it just made me feel more like an imposter, because like some people just had like amazing designs for their portfolio, and I'm like, mine doesn't look like this. Like, the projects are fine. It's just like the actual design. I just think like my portfolio, the outlook of it is very bland. And I'm like, how do I spice this up? How do I make it look pretty?
I would start with one project and polish that one project.
And I think I've been doing
that
it.
one. You move on to the next one.
I've been doing it since the beginning of this. Well, when I got back home from college, I just like completely just revamped my entire Instagram, and I have a bunch of like, because I bookmark them every time I see something like web related.
Mm-hmm.
I just have this insane folder of just tons of websites. I'm gonna take a video of it now, but I'll send you the. Because usually when you follow one of them or a few of them,
mm-hmm.
and you go through your explore page, they'll show you other pages that are related to what you follow, and then I'll just follow those, and it's just like it just chains them down, and it just gets to the point where my entire feed is just web.
Yeah, mine is all natural hair stuff. You can tell what I follow.
Which feed are you talking about?
Instagram.
Oh, yeah.
Like when you hit that search,
yeah.
Yeah, it's like
I'm really working on trying to like, I don't know. I either need to like make separate professional accounts or change everything.
All right, I fixed it. It was a typo.
Oh, I was like, fixed what? Our Instagrams?
No, I was setting it to results, and it's result. That's why I wasn't working on it. I thought we had to use use effect and everything. So I got it better now.
Oh, that happened to me too before.
Yeah. So now back to where I previously was, as when we type in the search for cowboy, we should see our console log fire 18 times for that map function. And we got our console log in joke. So we should see 18 different logs. And if we hit it, we just got 18 different logs.
Now, can you
now we
explain
know that's what we're getting. So this is the data that we're getting into the joke. right here.
And can you explain what the use effect is doing?
The use effect is doing nothing at this point.
Ah, okay.
we're not using it at all.
Okay.
And we don't have to use it right here because we're currently what we're doing with the form is we have no side effect. We're calling, I guess the best way to say is you don't need used effect if you're using a call to action button to trigger an API call. Because we're not going to have an infinite loop or anything like that use effect has to control, like a side effect, because we're manually clicking a button. Mm-hmm. If it was just making an API call on render, then you would need that use effect to keep it from constantly making that API call and seeing the changes.
Okay.
So you'll see that we're going to use the effect when we do our category list.
Gotcha.
So let's have a look at our data. This is what we're bringing in. We got item. And item is got categories, none. It's got a created app. We got an icon URL. And that's an actual photo. We can get individual pictures out of each one of these items. How cool is that, right? We have an ID that's unique to it. It has a URL. That probably brings you right to the joke itself. And it's got a value of the joke. So what can you guys think of that we would want to display here? We got to have the picture.
The image.
Yeah.
And the joke itself, I think, is like, well, what are you guys thinking? I think those two are like what we need.
So would we create a new component that displays those, or do those in the...
No, we have that. We have the joke.
List?
Yeah,
oh, okay.
Joke. We're just going to add them in there. So let's add them in real quick. Let's have the image. Image is going to have a source that is going to be equal to props dot, okay, so we got props, which is item, right? Is that what we called it? Item? Yep, props dot item dot icon
URL.
Yeah. And that's our source, and we have to have an alt tag so it doesn't yell at us. And we'll just call it the Chuck. All right, so we have an image. Now we also want to bring in the joke. Let's make the joke an H3 tag, because it should be just a one-liner. Actually, that might, let me think, that's a block element. It should wrap, yeah, we'll keep it in H3. Okay, and this is going to be JavaScript as well. And it's going to be props dot item. Tell me how far I need to go. Where do I got to go after item?
The name of like the actual stuff, which is value.
Value. All right. All right. Value. All right. Let's save that and see what we get. We should have some stuff pop up on the screen now. Let's search cowboy again. Oh, we just got a whole bunch. Look at the little photo. Isn't that cool?
Wow.
There's our misspell. Chuck Norris's cowboy boots are made from real cowboys. Chuck Norris was originally going to be a cowboy in Cowboys versus Aliens, but the movie would have been over in about 3 minutes and 7 seconds. So look, we're getting our jokes. The H3 looks a little stout, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Let's see what happens when we make it H5. And we'll run our search again. Look a little better. It's bold.
Yep.
Cool. It's spanning the whole page, but we'll take care of that when styling comes. When we go
The image looks like an emoji.
I think it is. It's a mini Chuck.
Do they have this available on iPhone?
Chuck Norris emoji.
Yeah.
All right, so we're at the point we have a functioning search bar that returns cards, maps over them. Everything works.
Yay.
So we're going to clean up our console logs just for when we build our next one. We're going to want to make sure everything's clear. So let's get rid of our console log. So our search component and our joke card are rendering stuff to the page. We are good to go.
Is it possible? Can you uncomment those console logs out instead?
Yeah, you can do that too.
It's useful to remember where it's appropriate to console log. I'm still not good at that.
Yeah, we can comment them out.
Thank you.
I basically got a console log there of my data, and in here I basically console log the props. There we go. And commented. So we're done with the search for now. We got that running. We've got our links going. So let's go back into app. What else are we going to do? Take a look at our component tree.
We want a category list.
Category list. That's our next move. All right, let's go into the category list. Let's see what we have here. We got an empty component. Let's go look at our API. Our category list is that basically we're going to retrieve a list of available categories. So here we are. We got a category thing that returns all our categories. We got an endpoint. So we're going to need a couple things in here. We're going to need use state, because we're going to have to set the return data to state, and we're also going to need use effect, because we don't have a call to action button that's making this API call. The API is going to make its call as soon as this component's rendered. So to keep it from infinitely being and to eliminate the side effects, we're going to use effect in here. So we've got use effect on our category list. Let's use effect. Oh, first we'll set state. We'll call, let's see, this is going to be categories. And we're going to set the categories. That's going to be use state. And let's see here, we're going to be mapping over these. We are going to be mapping over them, so I'm going to leave it empty so we can use our conditional rendering. And then we're going to do use effect. Let's go get our data. Use effect is a callback, so we got to have our fat arrow awesomeness in here. And here we're going to need something else. What else do we need to make a call? We got to import in.
Axio.
That's right, Axios. All right, so again, our use effect call, we're going to axios.get. And we're going to have to get the data from our API, which is this one. Let's copy that link. We're just going to throw it right in here. We have it. And then we're going to do a .then. This is what, then what do we want to do with it? And we're going to take that response. And we're going to console.log it first. We're going to see what it is. Console logs are your friend. We want to see what we're getting back before we do anything else with it. We're going to catch the error, if there is one.
And console log it.
Yep. All right. So we have that. Now we're not going to get anything happening yet because we're not putting it on the screen. So let's go into our app. Let's import it in. So category list. I'm going to import category list from components, category list. All right, and then just right under here, we're just going to call it. Let's see what we get back. It should give us a console log. And we did. We got a console log from our category list. Let's see what's in there. We got the configuration. We don't, yeah, let's go to data. We have 15 categories here. We have animal, career, and stuff. So we're getting data back. We're getting string values back, an array of strings. So let's go back into our category list, and let's see the chain we got to run. We got to check our chain. So we're getting back data. This is basically response. Response.data. That's it. Response.data. That's as far as we got to go. We hit our array. So in here, we're going to set categories to the response.data. And then we'll comment out this console log, and we're going to put another one under here because I want to see what it is. I want to make sure it's going to state. So now this console log should fire and give us just an array. And we did, we're infinite looping. Anybody know why?
Because you didn't put the braces at the end, the square braces at the end, the array at the end to stop it.
That's right. That's why it's always got to be there. And we always forget. I did that real quick because I didn't want to hit our API limit and ruin the project.
Great processor you got. My computer would have crashed.
I'm running AMD Ryzen 3. So we got our response and we're hitting it once. We don't have to worry about adding anything to the dependency array because the categories are never going to change. So what's it matter? If they do, it'll change on an initial render. It's not like it's something that we got to constantly keep track of. So we have our categories. Now what do we want to do with these categories?
Display them on the screen.
Yeah. And it looks like we have it set up to be a category card. So we are going to need to, first of all, we got to import that in. So we're going to import our category card. We're going to bring that in from category card. And then we're going to return that in here. And we're going to do that with conditional rendering in JavaScript. So basically what we're going to do is say categories, $ampersand. So if it exists, it does this. If it doesn't, it don't. Categories, then we're going to categories.map. We're going to have our callback for the item and the index. It's going to be a fat arrow. And we're going to return our category card. And we're going to send that in the item equal to item. And we're going to send it a key. It's going to be equal to the index. Could look pretty redundant because it is. It's the exact same philosophy we use in the search form, exact same concept. The difference is the only thing we have to work with here is a string value. So looking at this hindsight, we probably could have done this a little simpler by just returning like an H1 wrapped in a link, because we are going to wrap this in a link eventually. Have that H1 return wrapped in a link and not need that category card component at all. But we have the component, we have it imported in, we might as well use it. So let's close out the search. We don't need the search. And let's get our category card up here. See what we got. Okay, we are going to be bringing in props because we passed it props. So let's console.log the props. Let's see what we get. And if you look, it hit our console 16 times, once for each one. And it's item. Item is a string value. So let's return H3. That takes in props.item. And now we should see them display. There they all are. Animal, so we have all the categories. Now our categories working. Okay, so we have our categories. We have all that done. Let's see here. What else do we have? So we've got app, we got nav, we got search, we got category list, we got category card, we got joke. We got all this stuff working already. And even with the lesson, we've only been at it about 2 hours and 15 minutes. You see once you get the hang of this and how you're planning ahead, it moves a lot faster. So there's only a couple of things left to implement now. We've got a couple more API calls that we're going to have to make. And we're going to have to implement our router to make all this happen like we want it to with our navigation. And we'd have to build a fun facts component. So what do you guys think we should do next? You want to build the fun facts component? Or do you want to just make everything work and build the fun facts later? You can do either one.
Make everything work.
Yeah, I was going to say that too.
Make everything work? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we have some of this stuff in place already. But the first thing we have to get is React Router. So we know we're going to need router. So let's go get it. I believe it's just React Router. CD yells at me. Oh, it's going to get something. No, it's not the right one. I must have misspelled it. Yeah, I went Rect Router. All right, let's go get our router. Okay, we have our router. Let's trash this terminal. Let's check and make sure it hit our package. We have it. React Router. Cool. Actually, is it React Router DOM? That's what I think we need. I always got to go back and look this up, just so you know. Don't feel bad if you do it, because I do too. And I got my go-to for that. So let's see here. Was it Redux? No. Auth friends. Oh, let's go to our file. And the project you'll always go to if you're like me for any router questions is the movies project. Let's open it up. I'm having a hard time remembering whether it's an app or index. Index is where we bring it in, and it's React Router DOM. See, I messed up there, so now I got to go get the right one. So let's go ahead and do a open it up. That's the one we want.
Why React Router DOM instead of React Router?
I think the React Router DOM is the one that works the way we want it to. So like if you look, that's why I go back to old projects. If you look, it's coming from React Router DOM for your router. I don't know what React Router brings in. It didn't install the dependency. This is just the one I was taught. I'm going to go with that. Yeah, it might be worth a Google. Look up React Router. Maybe it's an updated version of this. I'm not sure. Let's check our package. See. They're both the same. See how they carry the same version? I wonder if they work the same. We should try it. We're going to experiment when we do that. We're going to try it and see if just React Router works rather than React Router DOM. So we need to go to our index. And this is where we're going to bring it in. Okay. Actually, I got to look. Do we... Yeah, we have to call it in curlies. Okay. So it's just a regular export. And you can use this as browser router if you want to. They tell you to bring it in as router because they say it's easier to read, but we can just bring in browser router from React Router and see what happens. And then we're going to wrap our app in that. So let's get that set up. We're going to call it browser router. That's the only difference between bringing in browser router as router. Oh, browser router is not exported from React router. How about React router DOM? That works. Yeah, so no React router. It's got to be React router DOM. Experiment failed. But yeah, they taught us to import browser router as router. You don't have to do that if you just call browser router down here. All it does is saying import this, but we're going to call it this. So it's up to you guys. I'm just going to leave it as browser router. It works just the same. So we're done in index. We have our router. Now let's go back into app. This is where we're rendering all of our components. You see how we have the nav and the search and all that? All right. So now let's, instead of that, let's create a route. Let's make a route. Well, first we got to import it. So let's go up here and we're going to import route. Oh, too many arrows. From React router DOM. Ignore the React router. So let's make us a route. Let's call this a route. We're going to make a route for our nav. Route. And it's going to be an exact path that's going to be equal to a / and our component is going to be equal to nav. Just like that. So now we have a route of the exact path of that, and it's going to render the nav. Now, I believe we can chain multiple routes together. So we want our search to display on app all the time too, right? So we can set our route for our search component as well. We set route, that, path. And I'm going to show you something else too on this. We got an exact path there, and the component's going to equal. Going to be equal to the search component. Okay, we have both of these going now. Now, we want our navigation and our search bar to be available everywhere in the app, right? We want that constantly displayed. All you have to do with router to get rid of that with the / is get rid of exact. And what that does when you get rid of exact, it looks for any time there's a / present in a URL, that's what it's going to render. So if we have like, we're going to make a route for our category list. So let's build that route. Now, and we're going to have this as a path equal to, we'll call it category list. It's going to be our category list. So it's our route, and our component is going to be equal to the category list. We're not sending any state down. We don't have any state in the app yet. We just have it in our category list. Now look, it's gone. Now let me go in here. I want to show you what happens. We have a / route for that. And let's say we're going to go to category list now. So let's put our / in and go there. And if this works like it's supposed to, our search bar and our tab should all be present still. Why didn't it render?
There's a dash. It's just category list, isn't it?
Yeah, category dash list.
Where are you getting? Oh, okay.
Maybe let's take that out, category list. Why didn't it show up? Error. I'm trying to use the following from image isn't valid. Because I didn't save this. Where's my category list?
Do we need the / in category list?
It should render that way. Oh, duh. Yep. There we go. And see how we still carried our search function, our navigation, it stays there because of that /. So without it, we just get this. And this is where we're talking about rendering an image.
Now for giggles, can we add the dash in between category dash list and see if it still works?
Yeah, sure. Do category, save. It should / category dash list. There it is.
Nice.
All right, so we have our route set up. Now, let's see here. We're going to have joke. Joke is going to be, that's just a random joke. So we have to have a route for the random joke for this too. Let's think about how we want to do this. So let's go back to our documentation. And our documentation to return a random joke is this. We have to hit an API for the random joke. All right, and we're going to have a link, or on our navigation, we have an A tag that collects a random joke. So how would we do this?
Can you ask that question again?
How are we going to render a random joke off of a link? We're only going to render one joke. It's not going to be a lot. It's going to be an API call that does it. And we want it to work. I'll give you a little hint. It's going to be a call to action on this random joke button. When we click this, it's going to show us a joke.
Oh, you're talking about the on-click?
Similar, yeah. But it's going to be framed a little differently. Well, we know we're going to want to return just a joke here. So what component do we have that returns a joke?
Joke.
Joke. Okay, yeah. So let's bring in joke. And this should make it dynamic. Let me do it this way too. Here we have joke. And we're going to have a route to that joke. The path is going to equal / we'll just call it joke for now. And it's going to return a component. Let's see here. Can we do it here to get the props to it? Let me think about this one for a second. No, we're not going to do it here. We're going to try doing it somewhere else. All right. So where does our random joke button live? It lives on our nav, right?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's got to render below that though. How are we going to pass it up to it? We're going to need state and app. That's what we need. And I'm going to show you why. We're going to say use state. All right, and we're going to set state. We're going to have this, we're going to make it joke and set joke. And that's going to be equal to use state, and we'll just leave it empty. Now what we're going to do is, this is where the router gets a little tricky. We're going to have a route for the path that's going to be equal to joke. And instead of component, we're going to render this. Anybody remember how you do how you run the render prop instead of the component prop?
Yeah, with the like render equals curly brackets and the anonymous function and return the component.
Yep, that's right. Anonymous function, but we got to bring something into that anonymous function. We got to bring in props. You were right on point with that. Props, and we're going to return our joke component. And what we're going to do is we're going to pass in First, we're going to pass in 2 props. The first one is going to be the destructured props. And what these destructured props are, these are the default props that router gives us. And we want to be able to use those in case we need them. So we're going to bring that in. And the second prop we're going to send into this is going to be the joke. Okay. And then what we want to do is we're going to have to change this again up here in nav. Because we got a call to action button in nav, and we want it to be able to set this state to joke.
So
that how that's working?
The render is not a callback. It's just an anonymous function that's calling the joke component.
Yep.
And why do we need to destructure props? Why not just call joke?
Because you know the props that we got through like when we used the history match and match.params, props.history.push, all those things that we get with router to help us navigate. We don't get those unless we on a render prop unless we pass it this way. They won't be available to us. And the only way you can pass additional props, like if you need more than those defaults, like right now we need the joke.
Mm-hmm.
The only way you can pass more is if you call a render prop. When you have component, when you call it like this as a component, you get these props automatically calling it this way. You get them no matter what. But you can't add anything else to it. That's all you can do. If you want to add more, you have to call it this way, bring in the props separately, and then add whatever additional ones you want. You kind of get that?
Kind of. I'm just wondering, where is props coming from?
Props comes from router.
Okay.
Basically, props is default. We're passing it into our function right here. We're basically saying we want them default props that router gives us into our function, and then we're going to destructure them as props for our joke component.
When you destructure it, like I thought the spread operator is like copying the object.
It doesn't copy it; it opens it.
Opens it. All right.
Yeah. It basically gives you an extra level. So like if we didn't destructure this, I'm trying to remember, when you went to use anything, it would be like props dot something or other. And to eliminate confusion, you destructure the props here, and then when you go to use it inside router, it'd be like props.history.match rather than like props history match. It eliminates a lot of confusion when you just open it up here.
So destructuring and spreading is not the same thing?
It's the same thing. It's just worded different. Destructuring is basically opening up and labeling it something different. Like right now we're spreading because we got the 3 dots. Destructuring, yeah, you bring up a good point. Destructuring is different. Let's say that we had multiple props in here. Let's say when we go into our joke component and we have those props coming in, and there's a history prop, there's a match prop, there's a whatever prop they give you. I forgot the other one. Location prop. We have 3 of those main ones that are coming in right here. And if we were to call them and use them, we'd have to call them props.history or props.that. Let's say you were using that like 50 times through this component and you didn't feel like typing props that many times. You can destructure it by calling a const and with curly brackets, and we'll say like history. You have to match the names, history and match. Let's say those are the only 2 we're going to use, and we're going to set that equal to props. That's destructuring it. So now instead of when we get down here going like props.history this, props.match this, props.history, all we have to say is history. It eliminates you from having to type props all the time. That's what the destructuring does. It basically moves you a level deeper into the object. That help at all, Hector?
Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to get like just like thinking behind it of like understanding like the vocabulary behind like what you're doing.
Yeah. Yeah, we're destructuring. I probably worded it wrong. we're destructuring here. What we're doing here is spreading. So destructuring is basically eliminating a level of an object. So you can call it by the name below it, rather than having to type something repeatedly. Spreading it out is opening it up so it's easily accessed as a problem. They're similar but different. Spreading out doesn't rename variables. Destructuring renames them.
Okay, yeah, because I was confused because like I know sometimes like when you want to copy like object, they use the spread operator, and that way you keep the initial state, but you can manipulate the new state.
The only way you will keep initial state without mutating it in JavaScript is with Redux. Otherwise, even though it's never immutable, you can rename that object 3 times and then change that name of that object, and it will still chain all the way back up to the top and change it.
Okay.
So it never keeps the initial state immutable unless you use Redux. So like if I let's say we spread out and destructured, like when we spread out our navigation form, let's say I copy that navigation form 3 times and then spread it out, and then I changed a value in there, it would literally change it all the way up the board. It'll work its way back up through the object through JavaScript and change it back to the original one. Even if you try and eliminate that. The only way to keep an object immutable in JavaScript is to use Redux.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. That's the problem that Redux fixed. Believe me, if we didn't have that problem, everybody would throw Redux in the trash because it sucks to use. It's a pain in the ass. So, but that's it. That's its sole purpose in life is it keeps you from. It keeps a constant copy of initial state stored, and then it allows you to make copies of it and change it. Whereas with raw JavaScript, it would just change the state no matter how many times you copied it or changed the variable name. Once you change that object, it would still change it. It's how the language works. All right. Let's move on here. Let's get a little bit further ahead. We're still in category list. We still don't have a bunch of errors. Okay, we do have to, we're an app. All right, so we're gonna have a joke to pass down to our joke for our random joke. We have to set that joke. In order to do that, we have to do that in our nav component. So if we got to pass an additional prop into nav, we have to change it to a render component. So let's change it. This is going to be render. And it's a callback that takes in props. And we don't have to do that. We can return the nav. And we're going to send it in destructure, or not destructure, spread out props. And we're going to send it in set joke. That's equal to set joke. All right, and now we should save that, and everything should still be okay. We're no errors. We're good. All right. So it's going to take in joke. Is that going to work that way? I wonder if it's going to work that way. Might be thinking too far ahead. Let's see what happens. If anything, we can change it. Let's go to our navigation. Okay. We have a random joke that is an A tag. We're going to make that a link. Why not? Okay, we got our link. Let's make this random joke a link. And it's going to take us to, /joke. All right, so let's see what happens when we click that. We get an error. What happened? I cannot read the property of icon URL because nothing is there. And it takes us to it. So to eliminate this error when we don't have anything, there's a few things we can do. We can go into joke, and we're bringing it in props. We can set this to props.item. I love my ampersands, by the way. I should eliminate that error. Yep, so right now we got nothing. It took us to joke, we got nothing. All right. So we got no error, but we're not getting anything. Our router's working. So let's go into our nav. Let's create a function. We're going to have to make an API call in here. So let's use effect. Oh. Bring in our use effect. And we call our handle submit to do that. Or should we do it here? Let me think about that one for a second. What do you guys think we should do? Should we use effect here? We want that when we click that link, we want it to route to joke for a random joke. So how are we going to do that? We got to go into joke right now, and joke isn't getting anything back because we are also using that same component in our search form. So we're trying to reuse the component. Should we make our call like this to where we make it in our nav, we make an actual API call and try and pass the data? Because that's the way I was originally setting it up, to set the joke. You know what we could do? I wonder if that would work. Let's go back into app. We have our joke and we have our set joke. So we can have a we're going to pass it the joke. Now let's hit our random API and see what our data looks like too. Let's go here. Are we going to name the same way? We're getting a value, and we're getting an icon URL. So we're getting the same data even on the random. We just got to figure out how to tie it together. So if we're getting the same data on the random, we got to figure out how to tie it together. We got to figure out a way to make that call and set it to this and have it render that way. So let's try. Now I'm lost on what I want to do. It's a link that's going to fire off that joke. Brought it to us. Let's try this and bring in props. Let's go to on click. We can set that. Okay, arrow function. And we're going to do, let's bring in, let's see if this works first. This is where the experiment comes in. All right, that's on click. We're going to do an Axios get, and we were going to get from our Chuck Norris API, we're going to get our random. Let's copy the link address. Let's paste it in here. And we're going to do a dot then. We're going to do the response. Oh, I have it there. Response equals a fat arrow function. We're going to console log it. Make sure it works. And we'll do a dot catch. Yeah, also, another thing you guys are getting ready to learn this month is how you can write your own API function with auth or without auth, where you ain't going to type all this stuff in all the time. You're just going to import it in and call it real quick with an additional URL. Makes it really easy. All right, so we have that. We have our link going. So let's go and see if it works. Let's click on, let's go back to our home page. Back to our home page, and let's click on random joke. We got data back. I saw it, and it routed us to joke. So we got data, and it brings us right. We got an icon URL and a value. So here, let's just do this. We'll go props.setJoke. We're going to set joke to the response. I would have done this first thing, but I'm kind of concerned that it's not going to render. So let's see what happens. All right, let's click on it. We got it back, but it was delayed. So we got our response and we set the joke, but we're not getting it rendered through our app yet. It's not calling it. So let's see if we get it here. What am I doing? Const. All right, let's try that again. So then we got to figure out why it won't render. All right, so app number 12, we're getting undefined. Click on random joke. We got it. But why aren't we getting it here? Why isn't it sending our stuff to the joke? Let's check out our joke. Let's uncomment this. Let's see what we get. We'll go back here. Okay, we know we're undefined. If we click on this, we're getting data. Joke number 4, static content undefined joke. It renders again here, and we're getting it back, but what's going on?
Is it because you're not, all you're doing is rendering the image and the name, which is what you're getting?
Yeah, we're calling it joke.
No, but like, there's like no P tag for the joke.
Oh, there's a P tag.
Where?
It's our link in nav, right here. The random joke that we click on.
No, because when you click joke, all you get is the Chuck and the broken image, which you have in the joke.
There's nothing for it to be displayed onto, or
yeah, there's like usually there would be like a P tag that says
a card
joke, right?
There is, but we don't need a P tag. Well, yeah, I kind of get where you're going with the P tag, but if you see here,
yeah,
look, we're calling it props.item, and it's supposed to display props.item. The problem is when we're trying to reuse our component joke this way, we don't have props.item. We have props.joke.item.
Mm.
You get that?
Yeah.
So how would we fix this? We can use conditional rendering. We got to change our methodology here a little bit.
So you're gonna have to do like an if statement in there?
But yeah, it's exactly what we're gonna do. All right, you get that? So let's start by typing it out. All right, we want to say, let's get rid of this. Okay, we're going to say props.joke.item. We're going to say if it's there. If it's there, we want this to be props.joke.item. Otherwise, we want it to be props.item.icon URL. Oh, we need this to be like that. You get what's happening there? Other than we got massive errors. Cannot read property item of undefined. Okay. So we got some methodology here. This would work, but it's trying to render it with nothing there. That might be an error because we just saved it and did it this way. Let's do this. Okay, so now we have that. Let's click on random joke and see what happens. Error. Item of undefined. That's because it was undefined on the first hit. And it says I cannot perform a state, I cannot perform an update on an unmounted component. And that is doing it because of the route. Because it's going to joke first before it sets the joke. So this way is not going to work. So we just did all that for nothing, but it happens. This is not going to work. So let's think of another way where we can reuse this component. We'll just have the link go to joke, and we can have it do something else in joke. So it's going to link to this component, but we're trying to also use this component for our other one, our search. We're trying to use it both ways. So we could do it this way. I wonder if that would work. Let's go in here and let's Control Z. Let's bring it back to what we know worked. We know this worked, but we're getting empty. So what if we did it this way? I wonder if I could use a ternary like that. Let's try it. I'm just going to write out something here and see if this works. Let's see here. We'll go props dot joke dot item. Let's just say if props dot joke exists. If it's there, then we're going to have an image, and let's copy this whole thing. This there, we're going to have this. And we'll get rid of this. Bear with me while I try and do this. Okay, so we're going to have it do that. And let me break it up. And we're going to have it also. Oh, why did it lock? Okay, it's locking up because of that. We'll have it also do an H5. So basically, I'm writing this up twice. Is what I'm going to do to try and make it work the way we have it. And we're going to take props dot joke dot value. Okay, so if it's there, we're going to do that. Else, we're going to do this. And it's not liking that at all. Why isn't it liking it? Is it because I'm in? I wonder if it'll. Does that make them go away? No. You gotta make me write it out the hard way, isn't it? All right. Let's do it the hard way. Comment this out. All right, so we're going to start out with some raw JavaScript, and we're going to start with an if statement. If props dot joke and we're going to return. It won't let me write the if statement in there, will it?
Well, props is spelled ports.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm talking about the if. I want to let me write an if statement in here. Because of this. Yeah, I don't like that either. Okay. Let's think about how we can do this.
I don't think you had the curly brackets around it.
I thought I did. If not equal undefined. I still don't like it. I don't like it at all. How are we conditionally rendering this component? Now it's a challenge to me. I'm thinking about this now. Truthfully, the really easy way to do this is to write another component.
So is the goal to like write the least amount of components?
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to figure out how I want to do it.
Right, okay.
Because you can write another component and just have it return an identical component just with a different name.
But then
I'm trying to make it so we can use them both.
Sure.
And we're getting some different naming. So
is it possible to do if statement before return?
I wonder if, yeah, you might be onto something there. Let's try it. Well, we'll try and use the shorthand first. I think I like where your head's at, William. Let's give it a shot. Let's go. Prop,
yeah, because you could almost do what. Yeah.
Joke. We'll call it shorthand. If props.joke is there, okay, we want to return. And it won't let us call a return statement. So yeah, we can't use the shorthand outside of the return, but we could probably use it this way. We'll call it an if statement. If it's there, we're going to return. Let's copy this. However, it's not liking our return statement here. Why is it not liking that?
What is it saying though? Like when you hover over it?
JSX expression must have one parent element. Oh, okay.
Wrap it.
Yeah, because I need a div. All right. So we're going to say if it's going to return this. And then we'll have an else. And we'll have it do this. I'm getting no errors. Looks like we might work. Let's see what happens. All right, we got nothing. Let's click on the random joke. It was delayed, but it's there. It set the state in app. It set our joke state. We got it. But it didn't conditionally re-render this. So what do we have to do to get it to re-render? Well, any state change causes a re-render. So let's try this. Let's use state. Let's go. Let's just call this. We don't even need that. We're going to use joke. We're going to use state. And we're going to have that be props. Joke. And if joke is there, return that. See if that errors us out. It didn't re-render it though, because it didn't pass it that way. All right. So how do we fix this? We kind of got it conditionally going, but the problem is our API call isn't calling this to re-render it with it there. So maybe if we refresh it, it still doesn't show up because it doesn't set it. Okay. If let's console out, log this out, and see what we get. Now we're breaking stuff. Now we're having fun. Joke 4. What are we getting on joke 4? Right now we're just getting the default props. Joke is undefined. So let's go back here. Let's click random joke. Joke is defined here on the second re-render. You see how that worked? But it's not rendering here because we can't trigger a re-render of that. So how would we trigger a re-render? How would we trigger a re-render? We can trigger a re-render with use effect. How would we use effect on this to I wonder if we, let's do that. Let's see if it lets us do it. Use effect. And we're going to make it a callback. We're going to take this whole shooting match. We're going to put it in the use effect call. And we're going to have use effect watch. Props. Oh, we need our array. Props.joke. See if we get errors there. Oh, we got errors. What's our error?
Are returning nothing? What?
It's saying nothing was returned from the render. Oh, that's, well, we're already there. That's probably why. Let's do this. You can't perform a state update on an unmounted component. Okay, why is it doing that? We might just be stuck making another component. It's starting to irritate me.
Well, wouldn't you need, correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't you need the return statements to be different, because the whole reason we were doing this is because they're named different things?
Yeah. That's the whole reason we're doing this, because they're named different.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just try this. Let's go ahead and let's bail out all this. Okay, we're back to where we were. And we're not going to be able to use this, but we will we'll keep it in place. And we will just, well, even then it's going to do the same thing if we do it with a new component. So I think it might be a problem with our link. It's not going to be able to pass state back up. We got state here. We're setting that state to that. Oh, I know how we could do this. Rather than having the path, we don't even need the route. Well, we do need the route. Actually, you know what? Maybe we don't. Here, we're going to do this. We're going to go joke. And so if joke's there, we're going to call joke. And we're going to pass it a prop of joke equals joke. Okay, so we have that there. And now if we go over to our nav link, we're setting the state to onClick, we're setting that joke. But instead of routing it there, we're going to route it just back home. So this route no longer exists for joke. And what I'm going to do here is I'm basically going to make it so when we click random joke, it's going to fire this link off. It's going to make the API call. It should re-render state in the app, and I'm going to render that component in app. Let's see if it works. It did, I think.
Is there even any jokes in the API?
Like, yeah. I'm getting the data back, like app.js 12. The console log joke. This is what we got back. So I wonder if we could destructure this a little bit.
So the joke is the value there, what it says? Value, when it says hot news from the Vatican?
Data, yeah, the value. Yeah. All right, so we're getting joke. Maybe my routing's wrong. Joke.data.
Maybe
okay,
what's up with the dot notation? Maybe you have to do like the dot value. Return that.
I think it was this, to be honest. Let's try it again. Now I'm getting back this. So it'd be joke.value. So if we go into joke here, let's console log these props real quick. As I'm trying to teach y'all something and totally wrecking this project. We got joke back. It's got an icon URL. It's got a value. Why are we not showing up on the screen? Props.joke. I wonder if I destructure it and make them name the same and get rid of the if-else statement. Let's try that. Let's get rid of this and all of this. All right, so I got props.item, and this is joke. So I'm passing it through as joke. Okay, so props.item, so it'd come through as, I think we just need to work this out. We're getting joke. So let's make item is going to be equal to joke dot, is it joke dot,
what is that? I thought it was value from the object.
yeah, props.item.value. So if I make it to item joke.value, that should work. I think you're right there. Joke.value. And that's going to come across as item. Let's just see what happens. Here comes the errors. Item and joke. It's just the joke. So if I make this joke, Let's see what happens. Hey, there it is.
Oh my God.
All right. So should I try and explain what just happened here?
Yeah.
All right. So basically, we're trying to reuse a component more than once. And it's a data flow problem that we're running into. We're in our navigation. We're making an Axios call to get a random joke. And what we were doing is, because we're not calling the joke component in our navigation, we can't pass the data down to it. We have to carry state at a level higher. So we put a state in app, which is our highest level, where we set that data from the return to this useState value. All right. Then we were passing it in to the joke component on a route that we had set to joke, correct? The problem is that it would render the joke component on the route before the state was set because of the delay in the API call. So we weren't getting anything. So we couldn't use the route at that point. So what I did to make the component reusable is we used a ternary operator here to check to see if joke is valid. If joke's valid, render this component. If not, don't render it. And that's just our same joke component. And then we just had to change the naming. Rather than calling joke equals joke, we changed the name to item to match our name in convention in our reusable component. So now this component works that way, and it works also in our search form. So we'll test that out real quick because we got it in our search form as well. So let's type in our search and see if we get that to work. The same component, and it worked both ways. So we accomplished the goal. It was only just a minor headache.
Can you click on random joke?
What's that?
Can you click on random joke so we can see?
Yeah, random joke. And it's going to put it at the bottom. So it kept that rendered. So that is another bug we have to fix. So let's
what was the bug that we have to fix?
Well, if you look, when we do our search, it returns this. Oh, you know why it's returning this? We don't have a route set there on the search. Because we're rendering it in search. So it's going to show that component both ways. So now we have to play with our router to get it to change. So how would we do that? I wonder if we set, let's see, that's in our search bar. Let's see, let's open our file structure up. Let's take a look at our search component again. We have search list, which does nothing. We can get rid of that. Matter of fact, let's probably delete double wait. Let's check our search. Okay, so here we're mapping over our joke. We're bringing our joke in. And we're rendering it right in our search.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we need to change this up so that works that way. Maybe we do need our search list component now. Right?
To remove it from the form, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, let's try, let's play with this a little bit. Let's bring our search list component in. Let's, what we'll do is we'll just comment this out real quick so we have it. And let's add something new here. Let's see what happens when we add a route in here. Let's add it here rather than an app, because it's the only time we're going to need this route. So let's add the route. Let's add us a route. And let's make the on submit button right here where we're doing everything. When it sets the jokes to response data dot results, we'll have it run a route. Well, let's program our route in first. Let's make a route that has an exact path equal to search. All right, and we're gonna send it, we're gonna have to send this props from our state. So we're gonna have to have it a render. Callback props. We're gonna return our joke list. And we're gonna pass that. We'll pass it props, and we're gonna also send it our jokes. Okay, so now we already have that component made. We just got to import it in. And let's fix our error by closing that up. That should fix our error. Yeah, okay, so we have a route in there. We have a nested route, which it might not like. Joke list is not defined. We haven't brought it in yet. So let's import joke list. I'll import it, yeah. We made a joke list component, didn't we? Oh, search list is what we called it. Okay, let's go fix that down here. Arrow's gone. Cool, arrow's gone. All right, so we're going to send that in our jokes. And it's going to be a path of search. So let's see, we're going to set our jokes data here. We have a route there. We're passing it, so let's try this. We're going to call props.history.push. And we're going to push to that. What do we name that route? Search. We're going to push it to search. Oh, what do we have here? Props is not defined. Okay, yeah, you're right. Now it is. So we're going to send that back. So if this works properly, when we do our search and it comes back, we should see this URL change. And it did. It changed to search. Almost like the link did, but we use history. So now let's take a look at our, we know we got our component there. So let's refresh this. Oh, it didn't enter. All right, so let's go into our, that's our search list component. We're going to be bringing in props. So let's console.log those props. And yeah, as at this point right now, we're pretty much functional. We're fixing bugs. We're trying to make the app flow better. Because right now our search component's rendering with our list component, and we want it to conditionally do one or the other through the app. So we have our search list. Let's go ahead and search for cowboy. It should reroute us, and we should see something in the console. And we did. See, we got our history component, and we got our array of jokes. Check that out. That's super cool.
Nice.
So we got everything. So now we got to bring some stuff in. We're going to import our joke card. We need our joke. So we know we're getting this. So what we're going to do is we're going to do our conditional render. All right, we're going to call it, let's see, props.jokes. I believe that's what we call it. Was it called jokes? Yeah, it's called prop.jokes. And I always use the conditional rendering. And if we have that, then we're going to props. I can't type. You guys see where I'm going with this, or am I completely losing everybody? We're basically putting it right here. We're putting exactly what we had in our search form. This. Matter of fact, we can almost copy that over, except for we now have props in front of it. So we're going to take this, and we're going to do it in our search list instead. Let's uncomment this. And the only thing we should have to change is jokes to props, not jokes. And that should work exactly the same, except we're doing it in our list component rather than our search component now. So let's save that. We're probably going to get some errors. Yep, jokes is undefined, so nothing's rendered. Let's go back to our main starting point. Here we are. Let's click on search. Cowboy, search. Oh, look, we got them all. How about that, huh?
Nice.
Now if we do that, now on our conditional render for random joke, it should remove all of those, hopefully, and just show us a random joke.
Yeah.
There it is. So any questions thus far on how that just worked? I see a couple blank faces. I'm seeing.
It's dope, man. I wish like I had like a suction cup that I could just import your brain into mine.
Yeah.
You'll get there, man. You'll get there. I'll try and explain it here. Let's see if how well I can explain it. The problem that we were having, everybody identified the problem that we were currently having. We were having our list of joke components display on our search, as well as when we clicked random joke, it was displaying that at the bottom. It was rendering both of those. So we had to figure out a way to render one or the other. And the only way to do that was by creating a route for it. So the URL changed. So it would remove the one component, because if you look on app, if you look, our search component is set to the default location. So with our search component being set to the default location and us running our map component in our default location, this is always going to be there on all of our routes. The only way to change that was to create a route that changed the URL to search. So that's what we did. We created a route in here. This is what they call a nested route. This isn't at app level. This route is only used by our search component. It's not accessible to any other component. When you nest the routes down there, they're only accessible to those components and its children. So right now, app, no other components other than the children components of the search can use this route. So what we did by making it a route and setting our state there, and on our submit, we used our history command to set that rather than link. We have access to history, which history, all that does is, don't let the name history confuse you. What it does is it uses the history option in the browser to set the URL. That's all that's doing, is setting the URL without using link. That's all that does. So just ignore history. Say, I want to set the URL to a different URL. You can use history. So it sets our URL to search. And what that does is it automatically goes to this route of search that's nested in its component, and it sends it the search list component with all the props that we created on this call. And that's where the stack comes into play. If you notice, we set the jokes to our result from our search first. And then we call the push. So it's going to set it, and then it's going to push it to that. And when it pushes to that, it's going to render our search list component. Well, here's our search list component. We're taking in that state that we set, and we're mapping over it and returning that joke card. Now, when we click on the random joke link in nav, the reason why that goes away now is when we click on that, all right, we're at the default level. So it's going to return a random joke through app at the default level for our nav. And that default level is just going to return a single joke item. So by that URL changing away from search, it unmounts that search list component and gets rid of all those components we just found and just displays the one. Any questions? Did I fry your guys' brain at all?
Only a little, yeah.
Only a little? Happy Tuesday.
I know I'm definitely gonna like bookmark this time and go back and rewatch the video.
Yeah, you can rewatch me mess it all up and then bring it back to life.
Your method, the way that you go about it is actually makes a lot of sense to me. So
yeah,
for sure, I'm gonna go back and take more notes.
Yeah, this definitely made a lot of sense, and it was very helpful.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying, and you know the one thing, we broke like the cardinal rule while doing this, by the way. Yeah, how many commits have we made?
Oh, 0. I was gonna bring that up earlier.
I'm actually pushing on at the with the build week of having that as a rubric. Like if you are not committing every day.
Like a standard for how often you mean?
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
I used to set a timer.
Do it then.
You don't pass, because I'm like, there's this weird, because I've seen it across multiple people where they're using that as a way, if they're not comfortable with their code, that it doesn't play well with everybody else's code, they sandbag, and then they push at the last minute.
So. Well, let's take a look at our app and let's see if we're at where we think we need to be. Here's our app. We've got app. The only thing we're missing here at this point is the image. We have a functional navigation bar. Well, only one function right now, but we're somewhat functional. We have a search component. We have a category list. We have a category card. We have a joke component, and we have an extra component that's not on here for our search list. We've pretty much built this whole app out, minus just a couple little details, in 3.5 hours.
Wow.
Can we have a part 2 to do components?
To do what now?
The components. I'd love to see how you do the styled components, like how you had before. You have your folder of styled components.
Yeah. Yeah, we sure can. I'll tell you what we can do is, I don't know what you all's schedule is like for today, but
I blocked out today.
That's literally what I'm doing. This and data science. So
we might do style components today because I think I'm free for another hour or two till the family comes home. So let me think about this here. Let's think about the state of our app first. We have a couple of more navigation items. Do we remember what they were? We had a fun facts, which we did not build out, and we had a category list link as well. So if you notice, we're not using our category list link yet. We have it in our route, but we don't have it set up yet. And our category list app does what it's supposed to do. So we're missing one minor detail here in our nav. And that is just to change this to link. Link to, we're going to set that equal to / category -list. And save it.
You removed the anchor and replaced it with the link.
Yeah, the link is an anchor. That's why it even shows up like purplish and stuff. It's just router refactors it to, you can actually build that link component yourself manually. You can use you run a function that prevents default, that calls history push to the route, whatever you set the route to, and use an A tag. That's all that does. It's just written for you in link. So if we click this, hopefully this works. We should get our category list. We have our category list.
Nice.
Now, and there's a couple more things we can still do with this API as well. Let's take a look at that. Let's go back over here to Chuck Norris Api. It has, you can retrieve a random Chuck Norris joke by a given category. We already have this somewhat in place with the category list. So all we would really have to do code-wise is in our category list, we're mapping to a category card. And we can make this really dynamic by using that props.match.params portion of it. That's why I kind of kept this in there, like we did in the movie component, where you can go get something by its ID and send it that way. At this point, we wouldn't be using ID for what the ID is. We would be using it as the, actually, we wouldn't even have to do it that way. Let me think of how I would do this. The category would be, no, we don't even have to use that. We don't even have to use that. We can set up in our category card. Let's see here. Let me think about how I want this to flow. Where's our category card? All right, we're just showing the item. We could on-click this item, have it do an API call with the item, and return a joke card. We can use this component even further. What do you guys think? You want to do that? Or should we mess with some style components?
My vote is for both.
Vote is for both?
I'd really like to see how you get from each of those categories into displaying
just one random joke from the category?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we'll do that.
I had a hell of a time trying to do that on build week, and I ended up scrapping a lot of it because I couldn't figure it out.
Okay. Let's take a quick break, and we'll do that. And we'll just keep going until my wife comes home and yells at me. How about that? All right?
Good.
All right. I'll see you all in just a second. Let's see. I have that. What kind of coffee you making, Stella? Somebody yell at me when they come back. When we get them all back, we'll do it again. I see you, John.
Yep, I'm still in here.
Stella's making coffee.
Okay.
I'm looking at fantasy football players. I might have to get me some Kyle Rudolph here.
My wife's telling me she's hungry and wants to go to lunch, so I might have to just look at the recording. Sorry.
All right. Well, we'll get moving pretty as quickly as I can here.
Okay, thank you.
We'll make it happen. So, because this is really, really easy. All right, so let's just start this. You remember how we made the last joke component work where we reused it, right, for our individual search? We're going to do the exact same thing with our category list. You see how we have a route to category list already with a component?
Yeah.
We're going to change this to a render component. And the reason we're going to change it to a render component is we're going to send this set joke prop down to it. And we're going to set that joke with our search on our API. And then it's going to come back and it's going to do the same thing as it did before with rendering that joke component. So let's do that real quick. We're going to set this to a render component. And what we're going to do is we're going to call it with props. We're going to need those props for the history. And then we're going to call, what is this, our category list. All right, let's go ahead and get that in play. And we're going to spread out props. And we're also going to send in set joke. Okay, and we're should be done there. Yeah, okay, let's save that. So now we have that in our category list. So if we go in our category list, let me get my fantasy football out of the way. Let's start from the word go. And we click on category list. We got our category list. We're good, and we're console logging categories at the moment. So let's change that to, we got to bring in props now because we're using them. Let's console log our props. Oh, come on now. And let's save that. And we'll click back over here. That's going to drive me nuts. So let's go into our category card. Let's get rid of this for the moment. All right, so now we have our props list. See it? And now we have set joke as a function in our category list. So we already have this list is getting the categories. It's displaying that to the category card. Now what we want to do is that category card, we're going to send that a prop as well. So we're going to send that, let's see, how do I want to do this? We want to use link too, don't we? Yeah, we can do it.
Category card.
We're going to do it right here. We're going to bring in link from React Router. And wait, we may not even have to do that. Let me think about this here. Am I going to get those props down there? Because we're getting history. Let me do this. Let's make history. I'm just going to try this real quick and see if it works. And then in my category card, let's uncomment this. Let's see if I get it. I'm getting a history. And it's giving me the push method. Okay, so we have that. So we don't need link. And I want to pass one more prop in here too. So you see what I'm doing here so far? I'm sending the history from router in as a prop to the card. And I'm also going to send in set joke. I believe it's called set joke. Let's make sure. Set joke. I called it set joke in the category list. So now what we're doing is we're prop drilling. Set joke is going to be equal to props.setJoke. All right, so now we have all those. So now in here, you see where we're logged each individual one of these. If you look, we have the set joke function, and we also have access to the history. So now if we go in our category card on our H3, that's all we need to add this to. You know what? Let's create a function for this, make it a little cleaner. We are going to create a function called handle category. Okay, and that's going to be an anonymous function. Actually, it probably won't be anonymous by the time we are done, but we are going to do our Axios call in here. We're going to import Axios in here. And in here, we're going to axios.get. And what we're going to get from Axios is if we go to our Chuck Norris API, we're going to grab this, the random joke from a category. And we're going to paste it in here. And we're going to change. We're going to call this the category that we're going to pass into this function. We're going to pass in category. And then all we have to do is add the $. Okay, so it's going to make this call. Then, and it's going to have a response. And what we're going to do is we're going to initially console log the response to see what it looks like. And then we're going to .catch the error. All right, so we have that. We have our handle category that's going to do some cool things. It's going to console log a response. So now all we're going to do is on our H3, we're going to add an onClick. And our onClick is going to be equal to an anonymous function. And truthfully, we don't even need to do that. What am I doing? OnClick is going to be handle category. And what we're going to do in the handle category is we're going to send it props.item. We're going to send it that name. So this should work, I think. We have a category. Let's click on one. Oh, don't do that. Let's just start from the top here. Okay, category list. Am I getting anything from the onClick? Because it's calling it already? All right, well, we got a category card. So onClick, you should get this. This is going to be, what's my props? Props.item. We don't even need all this. We're going to do it this way. All right. Now we should be able to click on this. And we got a response in category card. Let's check on that. And we're getting data. So response.data, that's what we need to set. So you see where I'm at so far? I created an onClick on this H3. And that onClick runs this function and inserts whatever name that we got, because it does this for, it creates this for each individual category. And what that does is it sends that name in here as props.item and returns a random joke from that category.
Okay.
So now that we have that working, we just have to tie in the dot then we got to call props.setJoke. And we're going to set the joke to the response.data. Because that's where we're getting back over here, response.data. So we're going to set that. And then the next thing we're going to do is, because after we click on it, we want it to route back to to our main level, to our app level, because we're going to render a joke card with what we just clicked. So we're going to call props.history. And the only reason I have this is because I set props and history in as a prop. If you remember when I typed that in early on. So props.history.push. And we're going to send that back to the main homeland there. So now if we do this and we go back to the beginning. All right, so we got nothing here. Now we click on our category list. We should get our category list. Now if we click on animal, it sends us back with a random joke from animal.
Great.
Did you get that, how that worked?
About 80% of the way.
All right, so what we did there is we already had most of the stuff in place. We have this joke calling the joke by this state.
Mm-hmm.
That's the same way we had it working through our random joke component. Mm-hmm. When we clicked on it, it brought us back to this level. It had the state set and ran the joke on the random joke. We did the same thing rather than sending it into the random joke component that way. We sent that same prop in to the categories list. So our categories list, that's where we get our list of categories, where we get all those names. And when it gets those names, if you look down here, when it maps over those categories, it returns a category card, which the category card, all it has in it is just an H3 with that name. And we sent each category card, we sent it the history prop so we could route it back to the main level. That's our history push. And we sent it that set joke prop, or the set joke function that we brought in here as props. So we basically send it into category list to send it down into joke card, or into the category card.
Okay.
So then in the category card, we have a function called handle category. And when that function's called whenever somebody clicks that H3. So if you click on that H3, it runs this function, which it makes an Axios call and takes that item. The item is the name. That's props.item. It's the same thing that we're displaying right here. That same name. We're sending that in an API call, and that's going to return us a joke from that category. So we're taking that joke, that response back of that joke, and we're setting it to that state that's all the way in app that we just prop drilled down. The set joke came all the way from the app level, and we're setting it with that data. And then we're using our history that we passed in to push our URL back to app, to the main app. And when it gets there, the state set, it re-renders with that joke and displays it. And it should work on all of them. So let's try it again. Let's refresh. Should be empty. We'll go to our category list, and we'll pick fashion. And if you look, it's a fashion-relevant joke. Chuck Norris does not follow fashion trends. They follow him. But when he turns around and kicks their ass, nobody follows Chuck Norris. So that's how it works. And if you refresh it, we should be empty again. Our search component should now work. Let's search cowboy. We get our 18 cowboy jokes. We got that. There was one about a penis in there. I saw it. All right. Now, we should be able to dynamically route through this whole app at this point. So we're in our search. Let's go to our category list. Bam. It reroutes. It gets rid of all that. And then we can click on this. It fires. We're good. Let's go back to our search. All right, we have our search. We should be able to click random joke. Gives us a random joke. It's all working. The only thing that we have left from a UI standpoint is we should have on the search, this should clear. And that's a real easy fix. All we have to do is go into our search component and our on submit, which is right here. Before it pushes, now here's the kicker. This is where Aaron got bit on one of his. Before it leaves the component, we want to set our form, because we're using set form for our state. We're going to call set form to empty again. So now when we type in our search of cowboy, when we click search, it should go away. And now it's empty again. And now we can type in a search for maybe cars. And it goes away. And it makes it dynamic. And everything should work like it's supposed to. Celebrity. Chuck Norris smells what The Rock is cooking because The Rock is Chuck Norris's personal chef.
Wow.
And we got our random joke. So yeah, that's where we're at. We are functional all the way other than fun facts. So that's the only thing that we're missing out of our app is just our fun facts landing page. We've got everything else going other than a main image, which that's trivial. But our app flow is 100% now. And how are we on time?
Nice.
3 o'clock. 4 hours. So even with all that 4 hours, we are a full app, minus some styling. So it can be done, and it can be done quickly. And truthfully, if you look at this minus styling, this is basically a build week project for what you guys were required to do.
Yeah.
We do some styling, and that was build week.
I was determined to do it. I know this can be done today. Like,
so we have some styled components that we want to do next. Was that our next move? I understand if you want to go now, John. I just wanted to get that into you before you had to go.
Totally. Thank you. I will. I'll talk to all y'all later.
All right,
Bye, John.
Bye.
Who's still with me? I see Stella. I see Denise.
I'm here.
You're here. Was that Deja? Or was that Stella?
That was me, Stella.
Oh, okay. I'm seeing 2 names. I thought my computer was wigging out.
Yeah, I left my one device upstairs signed in, and then I just stayed downstairs with the coffee. So there's 2 of me.
Good choice.
Yeah, I know, right?
All right. So,
we have time.
What's that?
Two questions. One, I'd love to see this, like how you have yours with your style components folder and how you reuse those reuse those styles throughout. Because then I don't even understand like what then is the app.css for versus using styled components, and then your index.css versus app.css versus the styled components, and then keeping your folder. And then the other thing that Stella said is, if we have time, I'd love to see like how you would use like Material UI.
I don't use Material UI. I tried to once and said, this sucks. And I never touched it again. I found style components and it was like, oh, this is where it's at. Truthfully, style components, there really isn't a difference between using that and like app.css. There isn't a whole lot of difference, other than you got to start tying class names to everything that you want to style, which is not a big deal. Where the power of style components really comes into play is when you want to, store things as in variable form or conditionally render things a certain color on what they want to be. You can write raw JavaScript in the style components. What I like to do is I'm just so used to using them. Like, let's say you have, let's say for example, you have our category list. All right, is a list of categories, and we have them stacked on top of each other right now. And we do the same thing with our jokes. They're stacked on top of each other. Let's say we wanted to render them side by side. All right, so we have two separate containers here that we want to render the categories side by side, and when we do our jokes, we want to render them side by side as well.
Okay, and
So
I guess
what's that?
And it's like, where do you start? Like, we always talk about starting with the wrapper. Can we do that? Like, go from the beginning?
Yeah, sure can. All right, the first thing I normally do is, other than app.js, which there's no real styling in here, other than the Chuckles H1. Other than that, everything else is normally on the component level. So I normally put my styles folder or styles file in the components. I'm going to use a styles file because we really don't need a folder. And I just name it styles. Styles.js. All right, you keep it lowercase because it's not a React component. It's not a component. So it's a lowercase file. So in here, first thing we have to do is, let's trash this one. And let's get us a new terminal going. We're going to yarn add style components. And this is the other thing too, if you're using styled components without a separate file, you're constantly importing styled components all the time.
Right.
So I'm about to show you some of the dynamic. Now with a styles folder, you only got to import it once, just for the styles folder.
Nice.
From style components, we have it. Now let's build our first component. Our first component, we're going to make a container component, the wrapper. It's the big one. So we're going to name this, we're going to export it. Export them individually when you do it this way too, so you can bring them in one at a time rather than default. We're going to export a const. We'll call this container. And these are capitalized. Okay. They're capitalized because they are components. When you build a style component, it's just like the name. It's a styled component. So it's a component, so it gets capitalized.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be equal to a styled dot div. We're going to make a div out of this. All right, we'll set a. Now this is just raw CSS now. Let's set a width of, I don't know, 90%. Let's call display flex. And let's see, what else do we want to put in here? We got a displaying flex, so that's going to squish them all in side by side. So we're going to do a flex wrap. And that's going to be equal to wrap. And we'll call justify content. We'll have them spaced evenly. And we'll align items center. All right, so now we have our first style component in that styles folder. Now let's build a second one while we're in here. We're gonna build a card component for our cards. How's that sound?
I would love that.
Okay. We're gonna build an export const card equals a styled div.
We'll do a button while we're at it.
What's that?
A button.
Yeah. Yeah, we sure can. We can, how about our search button? We'll make that something cool. Okay, we're gonna have this, we're gonna set this to a width of 40% of the container. So that way we know they'll be side by side with the flex wrap. And we will, let's see what else. We're gonna call display flex. And we're gonna have them come down in a column shape. So we're gonna do a flex direction. A column. And we're going to align, let's see, we're going to justify content center, and we're going to align item center.
And can we give them a shadow?
Yeah. Okay, we're going to have a box shadow. Box shadow, we'll go 2 pixels, 2 pixels, 5 pixels, black. All right, so now we have 2 style components. Let's start with our, let's see here. Let's start with our search list. Our search list is a list of all those components.
Mm-hmm.
So now all I have to do is import. Use the curlies because we just exported. We're going to import container. If I can spell it right. Container from our styles. And then all we'll do is we'll change this div right here to container. All right, now we're done there. We have re-rendered. Let's do our search. Search. Okay, we've got our container. It's stacked to the left. You notice that?
Yeah.
We're not set up center. So let's see why. What's that?
To me, how can you tell that it's stacked to the left? How can you tell it's stacked to the left? Because to me, it looks like it's centered.
Because this is the center of our page.
Okay.
You see how they're kind of off to the left?
Yeah.
So, and that is because space evenly center. Let's see here. Let's throw margin in here. Margin. We'll call it 0 auto. And that should center things. Let's click on our search. Bingo. See how they're back in the middle?
Mm-hmm.
And all I did, that centered our main container. That didn't center our cards. What we're going to do now is we're going to bring in this card.
Right.
So we're going to go category list. I'm sorry, we're in search list. Return to joke. Joke is our card. So let's go into our joke. Joke. Okay, let's import that. Import card. from styles. Oh, that didn't work out well.
It's easier.
All right, and then we're gonna just change this to card. And now, let's back this up to our main level. Let's do our search on Cowboy. There they are.
Nice.
We got some overrunning text and things like that. You see that?
Yeah.
That's because this is an H5. Let's change that to a P tag. Let's see what happens there. That still overruns a little bit. I wonder why it's overrunning.
Do you need to put in a div?
Well, we can actually set that. It's not containing this one. And I think that's because that's one line. Oh, and we haven't styled the rest of this. Like we can style this P tag. So let's go back into our styles. And let's make one for that P tag. We'll do an export. Const. Let's see, we'll call this
joke text.
Yeah, sure. That's going to be equal to a style P tag. And you can set the font weights, font size, all that. We'll keep it just like it is, except we'll just call it a width of 90%. And that should start to contain it. So now we search Cowboy, and we're still not contained. Why are we not contained? That's a weird text. If you see how this is all one line, I think that's what our problem is.
Because it's jamming in that as one word.
Yeah, correct.
Do we need to do a flex wrap?
It still won't wrap it because it's one line. There's no spaces in there.
Okay.
So how will we change that?
Is there a flex squeeze?
No, but we could. See, now it's in because of that line.
Mm-hmm.
So like if I make it reactive, see now it starts falling in line, but because that's one line of text, it's going to run over. That's what's holding us up. So the only way to fix that would be to change the font size. Font size, we'll make it 0.5 rem. See what that gets us. All right, let's search Cowboy. Not enough. 0.2. Oh wait, what am I doing here? Did I even call that? That's why it's not working. Sorry. Let's do it this way. Let's go. Let's see. We got joke text, and we're in our card, which is our joke. I never imported it in. That's why nothing was working. And here, all you have to do is, when you want something else for that file now, is joke text. And we'll change this P to joke text. Oh, it only contained everything but that line.
Nice.
Contained everything but that. So I don't know. What's that?
I think there is a CSS which will force it to fit the container that's in.
Yeah, I think that's true.
I'm not sure what it would be.
I feel like I've had to use this before.
Here is the guide. I love this little guide. Well, Okay, flex grow, which you don't want. Flex shrink.
Flex shrink.
Yep, flex shrink defines the ability for a flex item to shrink if necessary.
Okay, well, let's go into our styles and see. That was on our P tag, right?
Or like the text overflow, like ellipsis thing, where it will just do like the periods.
What do you call inside a flex shrink?
For flex shrink, you're calling a number.
Just any random number, or
percentage?
It's flex shrink, and then the tag is they have inside the tag number, and default is 1. So probably like 0.5 is what I would do.
All right, let's try that.
It says negative numbers are invalid.
It didn't work.
Can you do
Let me try calling it on the container. It might be that. So where the card is our container. Let's try that. Nope, that's not working either. Let's call flex shrink 10. Didn't do it. Let's see if it looks any smaller when I do this. It looks like it's staying the same size. Flex shrink default is 1. Huh. I wonder if we can go. Let's go check that on an MDN maybe. Let's go here. So this is called on flex shrink. 0, 1 is normal, 2 goes tiny. So let's set it to 2. And that would be the P tag. So let's cut this. Let's set it to 2. It looks like it does something. Nah, swing and a miss.
Strange.
Oven. It's not liking it.
Can you do something with like the viewport, like the?
You can't, because it controls the whole viewport of everything you see. It's not limited by the container. So this is supposed to limit it by the container, but the text size is getting big. Let's just do another random Google. I bet I know what it is. Did I set a font size to that? No, I didn't. Font scaling based on container width.
Yeah, I'm looking at flex basis. max content, min content, and fit content.
This isn't looking like nothing like we need. You said you had one that was like a fit content?
Yeah, flex basis. Here, let me.
They're using the viewport with property, but we don't have the whole viewport to work with. We have a container.
17. The other thing that, if we can't get this work, I mean, I can basically spend the rest of my day and I'll tell people what I find.
Yeah.
Best now. But it's like a button thing, how you can have one component and nest a component inside of another component.
Text overflow emphasis too, huh? Let's try this one and see what we get here. Change anything. Let's try 0. Nope, still there. Let's cut this. Let's put it over here. It's all trial and error. Wow, look at that. That did some weird stuff. And it still didn't fit in there. You see that?
This one curmudgeon.
Ah, killing me. Let's try that one that Stella just put up. Text overflow.
Ellipsis.
Text overflow, and what did we set that to?
Ellipsis. And it says the ...
Maybe. Is there a chance? How's your confidence level? 3, 2, 1, go. Nope. Let's try and put it on the parent. Nope.
Is something broken elsewhere? Like, this is so weird that it just won't move at all.
But that's because there's no spaces in this line.
At all, yeah.
Exactly. So it's seen as like one word of text, and it won't break that apart.
Okay.
It's not like it doesn't work as well as like Microsoft Word. When you start typing off the end, you're halfway through a word, it gives you the little hyphen. It won't do it. It won't do it. I'm sure there's a way, some way, somehow, but we're just stuck on this. So in that case, we'll just we'll save this. Oh, what did I do? Yeah, okay. Let's ditch this. Let's ditch this. And we just won't search for cowboys anymore.
That's a great idea.
We'll search for cars. Let's see if that works. Oh, it's better.
Wow.
And you see how our heights are changing by the size?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of a bummer. Anybody got a good idea on how you fix that?
What is the bummer?
See how the cards change by size?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it?
You have to set a fixed height to it. But here's the kicker. When you set the fixed height, you got to have the height so it's the same as your largest one.
Well, can't you set the text so it scrolls essentially?
I think so, but yeah, I think you got to set it to like a text box. Let's try that. Let's do another Google search. No, that's not what I want. These two. Oh, I think it needs to be a text box.
Yeah.
But that'll allow you to edit it. It won't be a scrolling. There's a way. We just gotta Google the right part and figure it out. Um, Scroll height. That sounds good.
Make a scrollable container.
Well, this just returns a. So that just gives you the width.
Do we have a?
That's just changing the height. Oh, I'm probably not Googling it right.
Wait, what's Flex Grow?
Flex Grow will extend
Okay.
the content.
So we can extend our container size to that. Search on Flex Grow.
Here we go. Flex truncated text.
Oh, we haven't added that container yet. Let's do that. That's the category list. What's that do? That returns random joke. It comes down into app. And render the joke.
You can create and set the min width 0. And I think you can probably do a max width then if you can do a min width. Okay, be helping it. Now this is boop. There we go.
You found it?
Truncated text. Truncated text.
Truncated text. Let's give it a shot.
Kind of above my CSS styling.
Well, we're gonna learn today.
I kind of get it, but not quite.
Right? Yeah.
It's kind of like my whole experience with JavaScript and React.
Okay, so the overflow is hidden. Well, let's try it.
It lost me with the whole flex child thing.
Oh, they're just telling you that's the child of the flex, which is our p tag. So we're going to call that the white space no wrap. We'll put in exactly what they have. Was that text or overflow?
Overflow.
And the other one was text overflow.
Ellipsis.
All right, let's see what happens. Let's search for our cowboy.
I'd be so excited if that actually
Oh
worked.
my gosh. Well, something happened.
Well, I did it to all of them.
Yep.
It looks nicer, but
So then what we'd have to do is just change the size of the card or the text. Make the cards a little deeper. So it could contain like 3 lines.
oh,
Wait a minute, what did you do?
I got rid of the white space no wrap because I still wanted it to wrap the text.
okay.
Ah.
So now it's got this 300 whatever Celsius.
Yeah. Perfect.
All right.
So yeah, we're looking pretty good.
Yeah.
We built a heck of an app today, ladies.
Truly, with Chuck Norris, the people must know about our Chuck Norris app.
Yeah. So now can we do the thing where they're like, oh, you have your primary button, but you may want to have a secondary button.
Oh, primary or like to change the styling of it? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. I believe that's a ternary operator that you put into style components. So let's see here.
Oh, yeah, because you want it like, it's like you want to have like a hover function. When it hovers, it changes, like it reverses.
Yeah. Yeah.
Color.
Yeah, you can do that with Daisy. Is that what you want to do? That's it? Oh, I can do that without Googling. Oh, yeah, I'm in. All right, let's make us a button. We're going to call this button with capital letters. Button, and that's going to be equal to a styled button. And what we're going to do is, what do you want? You want to do black and white? What colors do you want to use?
This is Chuck Norris. I feel like it should be orange.
For sure, yeah.
Orange and white?
Yes.
Okay. So background orange, text white to start? Okay, so we're going to make background color is going to be orange. And the color is going to be white. All right, let's just put this in real quick. We're going to put it into our search button. All right, and that's in our search component, right? Yeah, button right there. So we're going to import our styles. I need a little more space here. I'm all about my space now. We're going to import the button. We're going to import that from styles.
Nice.
We have it. All right, and we're going to change, basically all we got to do is change this B to a capital letter. We have our button, so this should turn orange.
Nice.
All right, now we got nothing happening, right? So now let's go back into our styles. And we're going to call and hover. I got to call colon first, I think. And hover. Or wait, it should just be and hover. And hover, we're going to change the background color to white and our color to orange. See if that works. See if it breaks. It's not working. So let's do it this way. Maybe it's not the and. Maybe it's just colon hover. It's one of them two. There it is.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, and we can even do this too.
Now, what's the thing where they're talking about if you want, if this is my primary button, but I want a secondary button, like not a search button.
That's
like
that's if you're using one of those libraries and you're using the default button that the library supplies. They have a default color set for primary, secondary, and so on and so forth. And what you would have to do is when you brought that button in, you'd have to give it a class name of primary or secondary to get that button.
Through that, even though you hate Material UI, just show us how you bring in a single component for Material UI.
I gotta remember how to do it.
Like it's like magic.
Is the purpose of the like primary, secondary, whatever, like does that have the same like level of importance as like your H1, H2, like each secondary?
I don't think it works as far as accessibility goes. I think it's just calling it primary or secondary for the fact of just styling purposes. You have one style for a primary button.
Okay.
You have the other one. So like this is what she's talking about, like primary, secondary, and a link.
Okay.
Yeah.
See if you look at it, it's color. It's set by color, primary and secondary.
Oh, okay.
And
But
see,
I don't know if you can set that color to whatever you want, though.
And that's where I'm kind of like, okay, if I'm working with the designer who's using Material UI, am I just like copying snippets, or does it automatically get imported? That's
like if you were just going to use Material UI for a button.
Yeah, well, it's like that all like talked about developer handoff. And the only thing I know on the design side of the developer handoff is, hey, here's my Figma design. And you can go in and see the code. And then on the receiving end, are you really just copying and pasting code, or is there?
Let's see here.
What is this website? This is awesome.
Oh, Material UI?
Yeah.
Yeah, the only problem with Material UI is it doesn't play well with others.
Oh, really? Okay.
And what do you mean? What do you mean by it doesn't play well with others?
It has a big conflict with I know with the Formic library for sure. Like if you try and use Material UI components with Formic, it creates a whole lot of bugs, and you just got to fight through it.
Okay.
Where a lot of our Build Week students had issues with. It seemed like everybody that came into the help channel when I was there was trying to use Material with Formic and had major issues.
And everybody loves to use Material UI. Like it's everybody's default.
Yeah. Yeah, Material UI is a default. But truthfully, I think if you're in production code and you just build your own buttons in a global styles folder, you just import them in and use them as needed.
Right. Like, isn't this very similar to when we were learning about like less, like just creating like styles for things you're going to use later?
It's all the exact same concept. React actually uses one called Sass.
Okay.
Which is identical to less, just the syntax is a little different. There's definitely a lot of different ways to do it, but like with Material, you got to bring in your font icons.
And so do developers, like, do you have sort of your own library of here's my code snippets that I like to use instead of retyping them? Do you store that somewhere?
Yeah, I tend to. I've got a file that I keep things that I reuse on. I don't have styles in there per se because I normally, truthfully, most of our projects through Lambda, which is the base of all my knowledge really, they give you that stuff on the projects already. Unless it's build week, then it's normally one off. But I keep things in folders like all of my my custom hooks that I made. I've got a folder with all the hooks in there. That's what made my last sprint challenge. I got a 3 on it. Not the last one, but the one before. They wanted you to use custom hooks, and if you use more than one, you got a 3. I got a library. I think I built like 4 or 5. I brought 2 of them in real quick. Was done in 5 minutes. There you go. I used 2 custom hooks because I already had them made.
I'm going to start like doing that ahead of time.
So can I ask a maybe dumb question about like your files? Like in the one where you like, for instance, save all your hooks, like it's just a JS file, right? That you've
Yeah, I can probably show you the file here. Let me bring this over.
See that.
I gotta remember what's in there. Yeah, custom hooks file.
Okay.
Inside there has a hooks folder. And I've only got 3. I've got a use fetch, a use form, and a use search hook. And those are JavaScript files.
Okay.
Each one is its own JavaScript file?
Yep. Yeah, because you don't know which one you're going to want to use.
That's smart.
So I didn't put them all in one. I probably should reorganize that and put them all into one, like, you know, how I have styles.js. I should make one hooks.js and then for each one. The only reason I didn't do that is some of them get pretty large. Like, let's see here. Let's open this one with code, see what we get. This one might not be small, but you can have a hook that's, 30 or 40 lines of code.
Right.
At that point, if you got them all stacked into a file, it makes it hard to scroll through and figure out which one you want to get or which one you want to use.
Right.
So let's see here. We got 3 here. This is the fetch hook, and this is all just one hook. This is a replacement for Axios. This is if you don't use Axios and you're going to do it raw as just an actual fetch command. That's why you see all this async is in here, set loading. Yeah, I did this as a little side project. And after this, I was like, yeah, I'm going to use Axios because this sucks.
Right. Like, what is it fetching? Like, just the interwebs? Like, that's...
Whenever you send it.
Oh, okay.
So it works just like Axios would. You'd call use fetch, and you would send it the base parameter of the URL.
Okay.
All right. And when you call use fetch, it will return the data that it gets back as like your .them response. And your .catch would be the error. This does all that.
Wow. Okay.
So it actually returns. This is what you would get out of it. You would get the error. You'd get whether it was loading or you get the data after completed.
Okay. I mean, even though you're like, I'll just use Axios. I think that is really like smart to like look at that just teaches you kind of like
how it works.
Happening. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but use form. This is a form handling hook I made that uses whether you have one input or 100. You can use this hook to do all your form handling state. So where we built our state out and we had like name, so on and so forth, and all that we were building out. You call use form and you just tie use form into your inputs and it's done.
Smart.
It automatically makes its own state and does all its form handling.
Yeah, honestly, like the last few hours, like working with you, it's given me a lot of perspective because, like, obviously, like Lambda teaches us things in a particular way, but seeing how you've like taken the material and kind of like dissected it and reorganized it in a way that makes sense to you is super helpful because it makes me like less scared to do the same.
Totally.
Yeah, I mean, it's wide open. That's why I always say, like, that's why you fork your own projects for Lambda and you don't work under Lambda's branch. They're yours.
Mm-hmm.
After you get the grade, you can go in there and do whatever the hell you want to with them.
Totally, right, yeah.
You can make different things, do this, do that. Like, this is a use search function I made. This searches through JSON objects by key value pairs. I use this when I made my search forms.
Wow.
And you just tie this in, and it literally takes your search strings, and it automatically takes them by the type to lowercase, checks to see if it includes it, and returns the data back. You give it the data you want to search through, and you tie this into your input of your form. Like, you actually can use this with the use form hooked together and tie them together, and then it'll return to searching whatever you come back with.
Wow.
Yeah, it's fun. When they taught me custom hooks, I'm like, cool.
Right, yeah.
And all a hook is a way to build it's reusable code that uses stateful data. So almost any hook that you build uses state in some way, shape, or form. It's stateful data.
Honestly, I feel like they should put what we did today in the curriculum because it's useful to like get together and like try to like solve these problems with like people that we, work with regularly.
Yeah. If you haven't done the live coding, that's
really?
Yeah, totally. Aaron and I did that. Yeah. It's fun.
He's fun to work with. He's super fast.
But no, this was perfect. It's a perfect complement, essentially, to what Lambda School does.
Oh, totally. Yeah, because it gives you a lot of perspective on like what's possible for you, like how you can use the information to really like expand on it and get into it and work with your own stuff.